and he caught the FBI smoke. He caught smoke from the FBI for that, and they chased his ass for 10 years before they threw his ass in prison for like 15, and then they got him to turn state's evidence, you know. And it's like, that's insane, you know, like, fuck that shit. What the fuck are you, I mean, like, for one thing, what the fuck were you doing with a mink coat at the Evander Holyfield fight? That's something only idiots do. The excuse in the movie they used was that his wife convinced him to do it. I'm not letting my wife, you know, there's this hilarious joke from Trailer Park Boys that fits drug deals too. I'm way past the point of my life where our wives or girlfriends affect our fucking drug deal outcomes. That's way past that point in my life. I'm not 16 anymore. My girlfriend does not affect my fucking drug deals. What the fuck are you talking about? That's another thing. Your girlfriend affected our drug empire. What the fuck? You never should have put that girl at the fucking linchpin of our drug empire. I was so mad. He came back like 3 years later. He was like, you want to start up again? And I was like, fuck no. Fuck you. No, because you get busted all the time, apparently. No. No. If you get busted, no, I don't want to work with you. No. No. I love that dude. He's like a fucking brother. I'd take a bullet for his ass. I would. I would take a death for his ass. You understand? I love that dude. But I don't think he was worth working with. Not if he's getting busted. No. I got busted for less than a gram. He got busted for, I don't know, ounces. Distribution fees. 15 years in jail. 7 different charges. Dope in the manifold. They went to the goddamn fucking... I can't believe this story. We were planning to steal it back too. We wanted that dope in the manifold. Our entire drug empire was 6 pounds of dope that was in the manifold of his car. I'm okay with the dope being in the manifold. I'm not okay with him being in the car while the dope's in the manifold. I'm not. You know, I'm just not okay with that. So then we knew that 6 pounds of goddamn dope went in the manifold, to just like Breaking Bad, to the fucking impound, and we were planning to cut the fucking fence at the impound. You want to know who does that? Fucking idiots. That's who. And that's my shit about, like, bads. Like, if you can't handle the business that requires you to keep the fucking job, unlike Pirate Software or my fucking ex-dealer, the captain, like, then you don't belong in the fucking business. That's why Pirate Software is scrubbed out so badly. You don't belong in the fucking business if you do bad stuff, like go to Dire Mall without a healer and OnlyFans. Trust me, it was actually against the guild rules, probably, honestly. He probably broke the guild rules. That's probably what they cited in the end. They're like, nah, you have to take a 60 healer to places like Dire Mall. You went there without one, you wiped half the party, you detonated Pirate Software's career. We have protection against stuff like that. That guild leader, he's not bad, but a bunch of those rest of those people are. A bunch of those rest of those people are. We did this shit. We made that, like, we were, like my crew, we're the people that made this shit famous. We opened the gates on the venture company. We're the people who made this shit so big, you know? We aren't bad. You know, I'm not going to Dire Mall East without a healer, man. Like, not a real healer, no. I'm not going to Dire Mall East. What was she, a priest? Yeah, it was a priest, and she was Because she's level 47, you're an idiot. That priest needed a carry. You needed to bring in, like, a holy paladin, level 60 holy paladin or something dumb. And carry 2 healers or something where there's just no risk of dying in Dire Mall like a bad. He probably lectured Pirate Software, like, off camera for like an hour, I guarantee it. He was like, nah, you are bad. You kind of did. You did stuff that affected the reputation of this guild. You are bad. You knew better than to do that. And he did. He knew better. It was his hubris. His Dunning-Kruger and his fucking hubris never should have let his ass go to Dire Mall without the proper backup. That's like going to Fallujah without army cadet friends, like army black ops guys. That's stupid. You don't go to Fallujah without army black ops guys. Who's your backup? Are you just gonna pretend Superman's gonna come? It's the same stupid shit. You don't go to Dire Mall without a level 60 healer. And it took me running that Dire Mall, running that Dead Mines to understand how hardcore it is. You just don't do this shit without backup. It's like just not acceptable, you know. It's stupid. It's stupid to do it. I'm done talking about this. It's just a failure conversation. All in all, it's failure-ass people that should be canceled, kind of. They are kind of bad. You know, I heard that Doors of Trithius is actually, like, now basically the best rogue ever made. It's even better than Caves of Cud. And it's an isometric, which I have a serious fucking problem with. I'd rather play Kenshi than that. But I mean, I'm hearing Spider-Cat just did Doors of Trithias, and Doors of Trithias hit 1.0, and it is supposedly the best rogue ever made. I kind of believe him too. I don't want to buy it because I know that I can't play isometric games, but I do want to support, I believe that's Kit Fox or somebody, I don't know who it is, but it's like I want to support that developer because if you finally make enough money to make me a 3D rogue that's better than fucking Risk of Rain, I will love you forever. If you make Case of Cud or Dwarf Fortress into a 3D rogue, I will love you forever. That's the dream. That's 4X in the fantasy realm. We need that shit. We need that more than EVE Online. We need that shit, and people aren't doing it. They're too scared to do it. Make games with depth. I don't really understand it. A Case of Cud has more depth than World of Warcraft, I guarantee it. I think it probably does. It's insane. Something happened with Dark and Darker, but I don't care. They just cut this dog in half. They should have put him down. But he's living, kind of cruelly. Maybe life's worth it, I guess. Wait, what? ROTC students kill a shooter at Old Dominion University. What?
Today, the FBI responded, along with our...
I'm so out of the loop. I've been trying not to do negative-ass news. Like, I really have been, like, fucking very willfully trying not to do Philip DeFranco or fucking shit like Hassan Piker because it's like all of it is negative. All of it is terrible nightmare fuel. Every last story in the news is terrible nightmare fuel now. I stay away from it because it's bad for you. It's like poison now. The toxicity level of our news is so high. I mean, look at this. Some shooter was countered by ROTC kids because the cops aren't there.
Federal, state, and local law enforcement partners to Old Dominion University. What we know now is there's one deceased victim and 2 at the hospital. I'd like to acknowledge the students who showed extreme bravery and courage by containing the containing the shooter and stopping further loss of life. The FBI is now the lead investigative agency investigating this as an act of terrorism. The shooter has been identified as Mohammed Baylor Jallo. In 2016, Jallo was arrested and pled guilty for attempting to provide material support to ISIL, now known as ISIS. Jallo was sentenced to prison in October of 2017 and was released from prison in 2024. FBI Norfolk's Joint Terrorism Task Force and our evidence response team responded to the scene and will continue to have a physical presence here at the scene as we process the evidence. There were students that were in that room that subdued him and rendered him no longer alive. I don't know how else to say it, but they basically were able to terminate the threat.
They killed him. Yeah. Go ROTC! Go ROTC! We love you! We love you! You are the future! Go ROTC kids! We love you! You are the future! Why are they shooting up school campuses? Why? What is your malfunction, you worthless piece of shit human? What's your fucking problem? I'm sick of the death.
Hi friends, what is up? I hope that you are doing so well. Hope you're doing well, and I'm Paige Leal. And you're watching Paige Leal. Now you can see my name on my door. I'm autistic. I talk about autism and stuff. You might know me from TikTok. If you're not doing so already, make sure you follow me on TikTok at Paige Leal. And while you're at it, you can follow my Instagram with the same name. And this is where I YouTube. Now, I'm 25. I've been diagnosed with autism for 10 years. Something has recently occurred to me. Oh, I don't hate showering anymore. Now, hear me out. I used to hate bathing myself. I used to hate cleaning myself. Bath, shower, same thing. Different than swimming. It is. And I realized that specifically in the last 5 years of which I've lived on my own, I have begun to create a life that is accommodated to me. And it's just what works well for me. That's helpful. Because I now could shower A-okay. Does that mean that showering's awesome? No. Some people are like, oh, ew. Listen, hygiene's hard, okay? Especially when you have sensory issues, let's just touch your body specifically. Let's specifically touch your body a lot. Oh, and make it slimy. Like, that's not fine. Okay, let's go over some of the reasons why showering. I'm gonna talk showering most specifically, but this includes baths when cleaning yourself with water, whatever. Okay, shut up. Number 1, get naked. What? What if I was comfortable? I gotta take all my clothes off? Well, you don't have to. You could just, number 2, have wet clothes. Okay, so I'll take...
She's like 25. She's too young for me. 4 crimes and
A U.S. submarine sinks an Iranian warship, and a missile strike destroys a school full of children. Oil depots explode across Tehran, and for more than a century, the laws of war have prohibited commanders from declaring that no surrender will be accepted. In other words, declaring no quarter is itself a war crime. So when the U.S. Secretary of Defense uses that exact phrase in the middle of an active conflict,
no quarter, no mercy,
it raises some obvious legal questions. So here's the question everyone's asking.
Where is this? Oh, it's in the video.
Are these war crimes? The answer is, it depends. Because under the law of armed conflict, even an illegal war does not automatically make every military action that happens in it a war crime. To understand why, we need to talk about one of the most important and most misunderstood rules in the law of armed conflict. The law of armed conflict, or international humanitarian law, or the law of war, different names for the same thing, draws a fundamental distinction between jus ad bellum and jus in bello. Jus ad bellum is the body of law defining the legitimate reasons a state is allowed to use force against another. This is primarily governed by the UN Charter, which strictly prohibits the use of force except for self-defense or Security Council authorization. In contrast, jus in bello is the body of law governing how an armed conflict must be fought. It dictates how wars are fought once they start. The 2 most important rules for our purposes are distinction and proportionality. Attacks must distinguish between combatants and civilians, and the expected military advantage must outweigh the harm to civilians. So to recap, jus ad bellum governs whether a state is legally allowed to start a war in the first place. Jus in bello governs how wars are fought once they begin. If jus ad bellum is the why, jus in bello is the how. Now that distinction isn't universally loved. Some critics argue that if the war itself is unlawful, the entire enterprise should be treated as criminal. But the separation between these 2 bodies of law is one of the most established and widely accepted principles in the law of armed conflict. And there are a couple very practical reasons for it. For one, the rules governing the conduct of war are designed to influence the behavior of soldiers and commanders on the battlefield. If the legality of every action depended on whether the war itself was lawful, then soldiers might have less incentive to follow those rules. Think about the logic from the perspective of someone on the ground. If you're already guilty simply by being there, then the law no longer gives you any reason to restrain yourself. In other words, if I'm guilty just for participating in this allegedly illegal war, I might as well make the most of it. Second, if two states went to war and jus in bello only applied to the aggressor, then each would claim that they were acting defensively and jus in bello shouldn't apply to them. The end result would be the laws of jus in bello would evaporate. Separating the legality of starting a war from the legality of conduct during a war avoids those problems. It ensures that even in conflicts that may themselves be unlawful, the rules protecting civilians, prisoners, and other non-combatants still apply. Even if one state is legitimately in the wrong, jus in bello applies equally. This is the principle of belligerent equality. Jus in bello applies equally to the United States, Israel, and Iran. So when we ask whether something that happened during a war is a war crime, the first question is not whether the war itself was started legally. It's whether the specific conduct violated the rules governing how wars are fought. And that's the framework we need to keep in mind as we look at the sinking of the Iranian frigate, the attacks on Iranian infrastructure, and the bombing of the school. In early March, the US Navy submarine Charlotte torpedoed and sank the Iranian frigate Dina in the Indian Ocean near Sri Lanka. The ship had just finished participating in the International Fleet Review 2026, a multinational naval exercise hosted by India in which the United States also took part. As the Dana was sailing home, the Charlotte fired a Mark 48 torpedo, sinking the frigate within minutes. The attack killed at least 87 sailors, with only 32 rescued by Sri Lankan forces after the vessel issued a distress call. The submarine reportedly left the area without attempting a rescue or alerting other authorities. It was the first time an American submarine had sunk an enemy surface warship since World War II. Because the ship was operating roughly 2,000 miles away from the main war zone and recently participated in an international naval exercise, many people jumped to the conclusion that the strike must have violated the law of armed conflict, especially since the president authorized Operation Epic Fury without a declaration of war or authorization for the use of military force from Congress. But that doesn't mean the sinking of the Dana was illegal. Under the law of war at sea, enemy warships are generally lawful military targets, even if they're not actively firing at the moment of attack. There's a limited exception to this rule if a vessel makes a good faith offer to surrender, and there are conflicting reports about whether the Dina knew it was about to be attacked. Iran claimed the US did not warn the frigate ahead of time, but one Iranian sailor allegedly said the American submarine gave 2 warnings to abandon ship and surrender, but the Iranian commander refused. Legally, though, it doesn't matter if the US gave a warning or not. Under the laws specifically governing naval warfare, warships can be attacked without warning. It's worth considering why military vessels are considered combatants in the first place. It's because they can be used to launch attacks or support military operations. So a submarine torpedoing an enemy frigate during an armed conflict is unlikely to qualify as a war crime. The ship's presence in international waters or its recent participation in naval exercises does not change that analysis at all. Under international law, enemy warships can be engaged anywhere in the world except within neutral waters. The Navy Commander's Handbook on the Law of Naval Operations reflects this principle, stating that enemy warships and military aircraft are subject to attack, destruction, or capture anywhere beyond neutral territory. What matters legally is that the Dana was a military vessel. It doesn't matter if, as Iran claimed, that Dana was unarmed at the time. The Dana's status as a
something.
legitimate military target is based on its nature as a military vessel, not its present combat capabilities. Which brings us to the real issue. What obligations did the United States have after sinking the ship? As I explained in my videos about the Trump administration's Caribbean boat strikes, under Article 18 of the Second Geneva Convention, parties must take all possible measures to search for and collect the wounded, sick, and shipwrecked after a battle. This rule grew out of a famous World War II incident known as the Laconia Affair. In 1942, a German U-boat sank the British troop ship RMS Laconia and then surfaced to rescue survivors after discovering that many of the passengers were prisoners of war. While the submarine was conducting the rescue, American aircraft attacked it, forcing the U-boat to dive and abandon the operation. After that incident, Germany ordered its submarines never to attempt rescues again. The German policy shocked the international community and later influenced the post-war Geneva Conventions. And so this rule was adopted to prevent sailors from being left to drown after their ships were destroyed. The obligation applies to submarines as well as other surface vessels. In this case, Sri Lankan authorities appear to have conducted the rescue effort after receiving the distress call from the Iranian ship. So did the Charlotte take all feasible steps to help rescue survivors, or did it simply leave the scene? If US forces failed to take reasonable steps to assist shipwrecked sailors when it was feasible to do so, that could be a violation of the Second Geneva Convention. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth told reporters that US forces would show no quarter, no mercy for our enemies.
We will keep pressing. We will keep pushing, keep advancing. No quarter, no mercy for our enemies.
No quarter is an old phrase historically associated with refusing legitimate offers of surrender or summarily executing certain detainees. The prohibition on declaring no quarter is a long-standing rule of the law of armed conflict. Article 23 of the Annex to the Hague Convention 4 specifically forbids.
What was Led Zeppelin's No Quarter about? I love the Hohner electric piano. Or is it Hainer? I think it's Hainer. Yeah, and a phase shifter. Watery swirling sound. No, I was more interested in the lyrics. I wondered if he was citing some actual war or some real thing. Or if it was just ethereal. He was probably talking about the Vietnam War in some way, right? This has rarely come out and said this is a Vietnam protest song in the way some artists did. The subtext of the Vietnam War is almost certainly there, layered under the Viking imagery. The pain of war cannot exceed the woe of aftermath. This is one of the most grounded lines in the song. The pain of war cannot exceed the woe of aftermath. It speaks to the psychological trauma and the social rejection soldiers face when they returned home. They carry news they must get through. The atmosphere of dread. No, I did the Dead Mines run successfully. A friend and I went and got the first aid heavy silk bandage training I needed. Where is the safest place to quest for a level 33 rogue? Hillsbrad. Okay, so I'm killing turtles. That's actually where I should be. Okay. How long do I grind here? $34 or $35? Jesus Christ, okay. I actually really like it here. I like what you're saying to me. Thank you for giving me news that I wanted to hear. I didn't expect to hear it. No, I don't read my chat as they swatted me. The quote-unquote trolls won. The quote-unquote trolls won. They can hear me, but I can't hear them, and that's the way I want it. And I want them to know that they won, because I really want humanity to leave me alone. Oh, come on, man! Can't you fucking? No, I tell them live that they won, and I really don't want the humans to come around and fuck with me. So I just tell them they won, and I don't listen to them. It's not valid for a streamer to shut their chat off, but there's also experimental reasons for it too. I think it's an experimental way to do a stream, and I think it is evocative for me at least. I don't think it's so good for the community that watches me, but I think it's good for me. And I guess I'm in a place where I can admit that I am selfish and I don't mind catering to myself and completely curtailing any chance of ever making it by shutting the chat off. I can ensure that I don't lose my disability and that there's no more threats to my family or any of this stupid shit that people with money, power, fame, or clout have to face. I don't want any of that. Is there other streamers who are famous for doing that? Oh, I guess I'm a purist. Gosu from League of Legends. Oh, Dalpa! You know, I've actually met Dalpa. Maybe I should watch Dalpa, but yeah. Yeah, I actually met a CCP developer and talked to them on stream one time for 3.5 hours or something like that. CCP Trash Panda. The EVE Online community has been good to me. I'm not good to them. I cuss most of them out and block them all the time. It's better to talk to you like this than the chat, because I don't feel rude if I make you wait 50 minutes for a response. Too late. I love the way the water looks sometimes from certain angles. It is still really good water. Is there any way to improve the graphics of World of Warcraft Hardcore in the background? Like a mod or a console command or something, or some kind of file change? Console set, resample, always sharpen 1, yeah. Okay, so let's try and make that to a macro. I will name it sharpen. Oh, resample sharpen, right? Oh yeah, resample sharpness. So I guess that is a real macro, huh? Okay, well, let's put it down here with the other stuff. I want to put poison, or sorry, wound poison on my bar. Or, oh, see, mine on it. Okay, first is the resample sharpness. Maybe that's better. Without changing the art style, huh? Okay. Man, you knew about the turtle shells, huh? Because I really actually like the way the turtles look. Wow. Oh, yeah? Okay. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that all macro. Okay. Macros, the resample macro. I do want it. We'll change this to this, and there's follow exec, and then so the resample. I want to rewrite this macro. There. Save. Resample. Run it. Now. Yes, that's the best we can do, huh? Oh well, it still looks good. That puts even more grass and stuff. I'm killing the turtles a little fast. I stay here until 35. I can just sit back and enjoy the grind, watch YouTube as I please, go play some Eve. And I do turtles. I just grind turtles become just as important as the fishing pools do. And I just kill turtles and bears. It does look a little better. The bear looks good. The bears die fast. By the time I hit 36 or whatever, I'll cap 36 here. It'll be slow, but the turtles will die faster. And, yep, and I just fish every pool. I guess I do fish every pool. I'm going from north to south, am I? Yeah, I'm all the way north, so I should do the northern one first. I love Rogue. You just press a button. You don't have to do shit. You know, Mage might be really fun too. I just press a button. I just press Frostbolt, you know? It's not that hard. Maybe occasionally like a Fire Blast. It would be fun to be a Fire Mage. I fucking love Fire Mage, actually. It's so fun. Maybe I'm just gonna play hardcore like a lot. I think I found my new game. I don't think I'm gonna play... you know, I was gonna play Priest and well, I will. When I'm drunk, I'll play my priest, I guess, yeah. But it won't be very much. I'd rather play a priest here when I'm drunk, honestly. I don't know. I'm planning on, like, my drink. I guess I'm becoming an alcoholic, I guess. I don't know. It's not too good. I don't care. I've never cared. Compared to methamphetamine, it might not be the worst thing. You know? I don't care. Yeah, compared to my meth and heroin addictions, alcohol does not scare me. It feels like this warm glove that won't get me in trouble. I don't drive. What the fuck could I possibly do? Like, maybe fall in the mud is the worst thing that could happen to me. And it already has. But, you know, whatever. I don't have the money to drink all the time either, so, you know, that's a part of it. And I wouldn't if I did. When my mother inevitably passes, I will have the money to drink all the time. But I mean, I don't know. At that point, I'll probably be more worried about my liver taking damage and stuff, because I'll be like 60 or something. My hair will turn white in about 10 years. And it's gonna suck for my stream, but I don't care. Enjoy it while it lasts, people. Because nothing lasts forever. I'm learning it. It's boomer talk. It's stupid. Boomer dad talk. Dumb. So, gonna get in a Tristan board. Oops, go. Okay, so good. Change the personalization. Ensure. Change the name. Let's go. I'm gonna reach out to this LP person.
Autopilot engaged.
On my contact list. Contacts.
Autopilot disabled.
Marshall.
No waypoint set.
Oh, no waypoint set. Go. Yeah, we're going back to where we were. Oh, no, I don't know. Oh, better dock.
Docking permission requested. Docking request
Where are we
accepted.
going? I don't know. I've not had luck going to these places that I'm going, so I'm going to pick somewhere else. That one roadblock might be gone. You know, I would like to avoid Tama, and I probably will. It's going to make my trips much, much longer, but I don't probably care. I don't care. Anyways, I love doing this. I love looking at the faction warfare menu. It's like my favorite thing to do in all of MMO history, because it makes me feel the most connected to a server I've ever felt. I love this 2D map. I passionately love this 2D map. I think it's so cool. This is the Caldari Galente struggle, and I do Galente about as much as I do Caldari because the reputation problems. There's a front line for Galente, but I mean I'm looking for front lines for Caldari. There's a command op. Belilier was where that battlefield was. Renarel is a front line. Command op, Nenamela. I don't know. I want to be out further than that. How about Oina Syken? That's a good system. Let's go there. Yeah, that's a good run. You want me to go through Tama? No, it's Evangier. Should be okay. Abun and Hadales. Yeah, it should be alright. I don't mind that neighborhood. So, okay, go. Alright, we're insured. It's got that new car smell. Undock. I wondered if my whole solo streamer with no chat thing was unique, and it's not. I didn't think it was. I was just like, you know, I wonder who else might have done that before. And Dalpa did make a point of following me when I was young.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I want to go back to hardcore. Did we mail out? No, I have to send again.
Approaching Stargate.
Maybe I should feed the kitty.
Autopilot jumping.
I do usually feed her around this time.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, I'm officially heal him.
Approaching
Delete
Stargate.
him. Down. Here we are. Oh, you didn't do lobby server.
Autopilot jumping.
Sick of running into this game. Okay, so I am sick of plugging into this fucking game. It's so annoying.
Warping to Stargate.
The game is ready to play. It's
Warp
not,
drive
though.
active.
Too late. There we go.
Approaching Stargate.
If I can do WoW hardcore, I'm going to do FFXI hardcore, and I'm going to play a mage, and it'll satisfy my desire to play a mage. Like on all
Autopilot
of these games, I'll stop playing
jumping.
Skyrim and I'll just play FFXI hardcore. I'm not far from being ready. I just have to keep sending stuff and picking up stuff, and I can make a new character.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I want to be a red mage. I think I'll be a red mage as opposed to a black mage. I can still cast spells. It's not any different. They don't hit hard. I could build an intellect set that would make it so my spells hit hard. I already have one. I don't know. Black mage, red mage is a lot less stress and pressure. I could just queue up black mage. Yeah, I wouldn't mind parties in the dunes as a black mage. That would be fun. See if I could get like dunes or QFIM or whatever, and then eventually when it slows down, I'll just solo. But yeah, maybe I'll go black mage, red mage. I really love black mage, red mage. It's good. I can sleep things if they aggro
Autopilot
me,
jumping.
which is a really good thing. It's a lot more control than Rogue has, or I'm sorry, Thief has. Black mage is very, very paper thin, like Rogue.
Warping to
But I play
Stargate.
a good black
Warp
mage.
drive active.
Yeah, send this out. Oh no, I'm sorry. You're not sending anything out. No. Ah, stupid F key isn't working. Stupid F key, work. So annoying. So she picked up. Now I gotta send again. Oh, maybe I need a dump actually. 43 out of 50, 22 out of 55. Never mind, she's got the space. This character made it really hard.
Approaching
I made it to 30 on
Stargate.
Thief. And White Mage and all that shit, yeah.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Hi, kitty.
Approaching
Rare
Stargate.
Turtle Barnabas. He looks like the others, but is bigger. Hi, kitty. I'm just gonna cuddle you for a little bit. Hi. My kitty. Love my kitty. You gonna purr for me? To the beach grind. This is a river. No, I'm Horde side. I'm at the river by Terra Mill.
Autopilot jumping.
This is the river Ithan.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Yeah, it is actually. That's another thing about this.
Approaching Stargate.
Yeah, the turtle looks better with the resharpening, yeah. Oh, my lord. You want to sit on my lap? Get some lap. Good kitty. I love my kitty. Hello, kitty. Oh no, what's that sound? It is Kandari Navy.
Autopilot jumping.
Okay, fishing pole.
Stargate. Warp drive active.
I want to single macro. I'm going to bring this over for just a minute. Will you make a macro for
Approaching
when I
Stargate.
fish so that I can re-equip my swords, please? I need a macro that will equip Viking Sword of the Tiger in my main hand and Mercenary Blade of the Tiger in my offhand. All in one single button press.
Autopilot jumping.
Thank you.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
And then I can just always do that. Yeah, and just do Alt-2 or whatever. And we'll keep them there, but... Oh, no. That's
Approaching
my fishing pole
Stargate.
equip. Oops. Which was a mistake. Now I have to go back and make a fishing macro. Fishing. There we go. And so now... So Alt-2 will equip my swords. Control 1, Control 2, Control 1, Control 2.
Autopilot
I'll
jumping.
just click it. Who cares? So there's my swords. Perfect. One button press. Then there's my fishing pole. Good. Yeah, that's not too bad.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
The cloak looks like it's got a bone on the back. It looks weird. Oh, I need to look for helms on the auction house, and I totally spaced that when I go back to town. I'm fucking...
Approaching Stargate.
Now. Oh, my lovely kitty. Yeah, did you eat? Yeah, you did. You're a happy kitty, huh? I should cook something, I suppose. I haven't eaten anything today. Let's cook something. I'm going to have pizza. Yeah? Oh, I don't want to disturb the kitty.
Autopilot jumping.
Yeah, purr, kitty, purr. Okay, moving it back over.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay, going on. I'm gonna do better sword, and then yeah, for now I'll just take it off my bar. I don't care.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I hadn't struck a balance. The last few times I tried hardcore, I had not struck a balance where I was happy, and I have that now, and it's the difference. It's like I was way too impatient, and now I'm like endlessly patient.
Approaching
Because I
Stargate.
had the games to play, which is good. So we sent... I wish I could get this optical earring to somebody else. I should just throw it away because I'm never going to use it again. This optical earring, where is it? Is it on me? Yes, it is. I want to drop this. Oops. Can't believe I'm throwing this optical earring away, but it's, you know...
Autopilot jumping.
all that treat staff stuff, too. That was helpful.
Warping to Stargate.
Alright, I'll just stack it all.
Warp drive active.
Okay. Did you crash? Yeah, you did. Damn it. This thing constantly crashes now.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached. Warp drive active.
I want to see a blue or an epic fall. I want like a crow blade or something dumb. I want to see the loophole. Is it possible to see a list, an entire list of everything the Snapjaws drop? Staff of Jordan can fall here. Underworld. Well, you can get 10 to 14 slaughters from here, right? Creep this. Where is creep this? I don't see it at all. The AI has made me feel a lot better about how I execute my job. I thought I was failing people, but no, it is an artistic choice that I get to make. I did a lot better when I didn't have to respond to the chat. Okay, 2 in local. Go attempt to do faction warfare now. Oh. Oh no, I guess there's a scout, yeah.
Warp drive active.
Get me in before you log me out. Yeah, I gotta send more. Yeah, send more. Ah, you son of a bitch. I waited too long. I'm sick of this login process. It's so old and so shitty. The game's so good. I could just play Brutal instead of Vexai. I have a copy of Borderlands Remastered, which is actually genuinely a fun gun game. You can. That's like basically an MMO, single player MMO. Maybe I'll play a little bit of that game. I don't know. You didn't load. Wait, there you are. Here's a Caldari.
Warp drive active.
What's he eating? Oh, oops. might do every class. It makes WoW fun again. Inventory is full. Come on, something good. Come on, iridescent pearls. Nope. Alright. I don't have to go yet, but I'm getting there. I have almost 100 raw sage fish. Maybe I should try to sell them. I don't know. How much do I get per vendor? It's like, yeah, if I could get a silver each for these. What if I should just dump them on the market? Because people can always get skill up off those. Maybe cooking actually makes it worse. I don't know. Doors of Trithus. I believe I will buy it. The combat looks good to me. Doors of Trithus is $15. Yeah. I could buy Doors of Trithus. Let's see what my money's like. It's halfway through the month. Yeah, this is probably the best rogue ever made now. You can garden, but it's all 2D. I hate 2D. I know that I'm not going to play this isometric game very much. I don't play Caves of Cod, and I love that fucking game. Caves of Cod is better, maybe, actually. I don't know. Well, no, this is better. It's a better game, but... The mage in this game looked really fun. Like, really genuinely fun. Squid multi-boxer. The gals call us Squid. That's funny. Squid multi-boxer. So Squid is what they call the Squid. Alldayer's Squid. It is like the greatest game that's ever made now, short of like Rust maybe. Fucking Squid. I'm a squid, I must admit. Fucking Caldari squid. I love this. Fighting. Ooh, system seems quiet. Maybe we found something good. There's no station here, but that's not bad. Just live in the ship, who cares? The ship has beds, you know? I can't wait till it, like, dude, if I could walk around inside my Tristan in the next 5 or 10 years, I would be so happy. The game would be, like, so good at that point. Doing good. Gonna make some money here. I love watching the drones kill these things. I don't care. Like, watching this forever kind of makes you motion sick, but I like watching them kill ships. It's fun as hell. Yeah, we can, like, watch the drone shoot. Yeah.
To give the command to a drone requires you to have an active target.
Oh, I think they fixed the drone camera a little bit. Oh no, see, they zoom you out all the time. Yeah, can I look at another Hornet? Would that keep it more stable? That might actually be a better idea, huh? But I won't see my target enough. Oh well. Am I orbit? Yes, I am orbit. Okay. I am near South Shore. I think it's safe to hit this fishing spot before I leave. What's the best things I can get out of fishing? Oily blackmouth, firefin snapper, bristle whisker, mithril-head ship trout. Yeah, is my fishing capped? Oh, it might be. Shit. Please don't tell me this is capped. It is capped. Where do I go to break 225 fishing, and can level 33 do that? Am I too low? Okay, I have to wait until 35. Okay. Oh, okay. Theramore Isle. Right, I forgot about this. Run through the marsh. I have the FP at the marsh. Oh, here we have a Tristan. Orbit at 20. Oh no. Oh no, he got the drop on me before I could get on him. My Acolytes versus his Hornets. I'm moving pretty fast. I don't know. Ooh, mirror. Oh no, there's all types of people in here. These people 3-bang me. They didn't 3-bang me. They had honor. Yeah, Acolyte 2s. They seem to do better than what I had. Well, at least they didn't 3-bang me. I really don't mind that, actually. That's fine. You can show up 3-bang. Just don't shoot me. Give me a fair mirror match. Those guys conducted themselves fucking better. Fucking better. You know? Board ship. Insure. Oh, this ship's old. sure. Oh no, I don't need to. This ship has lived a while. Nice. What do we do? Yeah, Hornet 2s. And oh yes, redeem to home station. Yes. A gift from Project Discovery? Oh, gift from Project Discovery. Discovery bound. Okay. Redeemed home station. Nice. I got a new skin. Discovery bound. I wonder what that means. Pilot's body resculpt. I purchased that, did I? Multiple space exploration thingies. I can let my sub go, and I can run mining barge operations, and I don't have to pay for Eve. I don't think I probably will. I don't do anything that requires. Well, I do mining, I guess. So I have those if I ever let my account lapse, so I can just continue to do mining. I'm screwing up, and I'm going way, way, way too close to the city. Yeah. Just leave. Just leave. This one's safer. Okay, let's go.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Declaring that no quarter will be.
It's kind of boring me now. Trump swore aboard arrogance and corruption. Oh yeah, the PJs. I forgot all about that.
Approaching Stargate.
Luke, if Marathon couldn't break 100k peak, I truly fear for Horizon Hunter's Gathering, says Buttery Cheeks. I won't be too specific, but I mentioned this to you guys before. I've spoken to
Autopilot
multiple people.
Jumping.
What do we do here? You're incompetent. You're weird ad block thing. Go. Disconnect? No, you're
Warping to
just dumb.
Stargate. Warp
You're
drive
just dumb.
active.
You're dumb like Trump. Let's go. Go. Like, god damn it, you're dumb. You crashed or something. Get rid of this. Go back.
Luke, if Marathon couldn't break 100k peak, I truly fear for Horizon Hunter's Gathering, says Buttery Cheeks. I won't be too specific, but I mentioned this to you guys before. I've spoken to multiple people
Stargate.
who are either directly involved in making the game or who have played it in some capacity. And even among the people who are making it, I have not found a single person who likes it. Like, I think they're hoping that it eventually clicks and becomes fun and enjoyable. But like all of the
Luke Stevens has a lot of girl repellents in the background, and I kind of don't want them to
Warping
recommend
to
this channel to
Stargate.
me anymore.
Warp drive active.
He stinks of right wing for some reason. He stinks of loser. He's got girl repellents in the fucking background. And I just don't like his style. I think I kind of don't want you to recommend this channel anymore. I'm in a canceling mood. I'm a liberal, and I'm in a canceling mood. I don't like Luke Stevens. I never have. I think I'm going to accept that. Don't recommend channel anymore. Why did old-timey boxers
Approaching
all pose like this
Stargate.
with their left hand? Cyberpunk, I finally met Mr. Hands. Awkward gaming girl. Let's go. Let's just.
Hell yeah.
Like,
Other one.
Autopilot jumping.
Space Rain 1.0 is finally here, but is it ready? Is it ready? I don't know. Let's see what he has to say about this.
Space Rain has always struck me as one of those slightly dangerous indie ideas, the sort of game that wants to give you both the pilot fantasy and the fleet commander fantasy at the same time. A lot of games try this, and a lot of games end up wobbling all over the place. But now Space Rain is finally hitting 1.0, which means this is the moment where the ambitious hybrid pitch has to become a proper recommendation, not just an interesting concept. Welcome to LT Gaming, my name is Tom, and we're two brothers obsessed with strategy games, space games, and occasionally getting too emotionally invested in your digital warship. If that sounds like your sort of thing, give the video a like, help us on the algorithm, and of course feel free to subscribe to the channel. Today we're looking at what Space Rain actually is, what the 1.0 adds, and whether it is finally the moment it goes from interesting idea to proper recommendation. So what actually is Space Rain? At its GUI core, this is a space combat game built around the idea that you're not just one hotshot pilot buzzing around the stars, you're also building and commanding your own fleet. And that is the bit that does make it stand out to me, because yes, you can get stuck into that action directly, fly ships yourself, and enjoy that immediate hands-on side of combat. But the game also wants you thinking about things at a bigger level. Okay, where do I put my ship? Fleet composition, support ships, my loadout, battlefield control, and all of this starts to matter as well. So it is sitting in this quite interesting middle ground between Space Sim and Space Tactics game. Not a full spreadsheet nightmare where you need 3 monitors and a minor in logistics just to move your frigate, but also not a pure arcade dogfighter either. And honestly, it's probably the main reason it stayed on my radar for so long, because there are loads of space games that do one of those ideas, but far fewer that try to blend both together in a way that feels like a proper experience. So what is actually going to land with Space Rain 1.0? Well, firstly, it's not just one of those full release updates where the number changes and apparently the game's completely different. No, there is some proper substance here, so let's dig into it. The biggest addition is probably the new cruiser class ships with light, medium and heavy variants for both factions. And that really matters because it pushes the game further into that fleet command identity. Bigger hulls, heavier firepower, and more serious battlefield presence. In other words, I'm not just flying about, I'm running a war kind of energy. On top of that, 1.0 is adding support ships. I like this, think it's a smart addition. And that's because support ships can mean your fleet composition starts becoming more interesting than just asking which option has the most guns strapped to it, resupply, repair, keeping your force operational mid-battle. All of these come to mind when thinking out your tactics. Then there is the content side. There's a new quadrant, new sectors, and effectively the final chapter of the game's current arc. And having been hands-on with the game, it does give it a much stronger sense of being a more complete package than this open.
What is torn bear pelt for?
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
When is Dark Moon Fair, do you know? Oh, in WoW Classic, the fair always starts on the first Monday of the month.
Approaching Stargate.
Really?
Autopilot jumping.
No, no.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I'm listening.
Approaching Stargate.
The guy sent the bear meat off. Big bear meat, tiny bear meat.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Headphones died instantly. Am I here? No.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oops.
Approaching.
Fuck. So annoying.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Ended early access experiment. There's also a hell of a lot more tools and options being added to the sandbox itself. More S3 weapons, those are the top tier, more ship upgrades, better fleet management, and a few features that sound small on paper but matter a bit more in practice, like box selection, improved collision avoidance.
No, my game like this is X4. I should go back to X4, my Steam copy of X4. I like X4. It's a good game. I want to get bigger
Autopilot jumping.
money. But it also bogs down my computer when I run it.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, I should cook something. Oh no, yeah, I am. Using my oven is easier than I thought.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
What else am I doing here? I am timing this. Oh, I'm going to shut off the light. Be careful not to scar the television. What if I scar the television? I have to be so much more careful. If I scar the television, it would make me so angry. Maybe you can get a piece of plastic, maybe? I don't know.
Watch your back.
No. Why is there 15 people here? Send me home. At least they were, you know. Okay. Any inspess. No, I'm okay. Am I gonna hate on Caldari?
Be quick about your business.
Oh, set a timer. Set an oven timer, please, for 25 minutes.
25-minute oven timer.
Victory for Sylvanus.
I love AI. I don't care what they say. I fucking love AI. It makes my job so much easier. I like fighting Caldari, because I'm Caldari. I like being nice to them. I'm not as nice to Galente people. Ooh, I've burned some bridges there. Not that I care. Yeah, finally. Can we get in? I waited too long again, probably. Oh, no, there we go. I finally got it. Did you send or did you receive? I can't remember. Oh, did I get on the wrong character? I might have. Yeah, I got on the wrong character. Now it's probably going to black screen me. I keep losing Tristan after Tristan after Tristan after Tristan. Just unlucky that time. Just unlucky. Fucking annoying. That was just unlucky. There's nothing I could have done about that. Alright. Go back out. Fit the fucking Tristan again. So fucking annoying. That last Tristan I had for a while too. Oh well. Oh, this one's also got insurance. So, change the personalization. Modify this. What was that? Oh, my fire went out. That's okay, I finished. Hi, kitty. You want some lap? Yeah, your food. So cats do something I didn't know, but I watched a video about it today. Cats do something. If you're eating, they get aggressive and they like come to you and they like sit on you or they wait for you to eat, and they're like little Serengeti animals like that. If they know you're gonna eat, they show up and they pay more attention to you and they want to sit on you and they want to watch what you do, and it's all about the food. They're completely food-based animals. Raw sagefish, smoked sagefish, yeah. So, I don't know. It's just a fucking tragedy. I think I might send these and just add them to the fucking guild bank or whatever. Oh no, there's no guild bank, is there? No. I should just vendor it. Even sending them costs.
What is it?
So. Excuse me. So, let's send off.
Trust no one.
Rum dark. I had a friend named Coltrane when I was first playing WoW. And Coltrane, the way that Coltrane played was very interesting. He was an avowed, completely unrepentant cocaine addict and was very, very loud about it. And he taught me that. I had a friend like that. I forgot, but Coltrane did teach me that. I was friends with Cole for a long time, actually. I joined another crew with him. And we got even closer than we were in Uda, which was Order of the Ancients. And he was dating a girl named Tara, who was a good friend of mine. She was a priest, and she loved me, and I loved her. We were good priests. You know, we were good priests together, me and Tara. And Tara and I, excuse me. And Cole would just do cocaine and play rogue. He was the first field marshal I ever met. He would grind WoW on cocaine, and he was proud of it. And he was this crazy personality, just the craziest dude on WoW that I ever met. And I loved him dearly. We built a guild together called Pretty Hate Machine because he liked Nine Inch Nails just as much as I did. Good guy. He was a good friend. And we were in Pretty Hate Machines there on Nurzol is where we moved. For 2 or 3 years we were there, and then they just all quit the game. They probably moved on to something like League of Legends or something like that. I don't know what he did. But I think he came back a couple of times, so we saw him from time to time. But he's no longer on my friends list, which I think is a tragedy. I wish he was still on my friends list. I lost track of Coltrane somehow. But Cole taught me that it sometimes is faster to just vendor the shit. And I still don't really agree with this philosophy.
I have exactly.
But it's sometimes faster to just vendor the shit, even if it is valuable, even if it can be used for something. It's fucking faster sometimes to just. Now my cat is freaking out about the pizza smell in the house, and she's like sitting now guarding between me and the pizza because she thinks that she's gonna get the pizza somehow, which is hilarious. Animals are just hilarious. She's like trying to manifest the pizza in her life somehow. She's thinking about the pizza because the smell is driving her crazy. She's like, you're bombing me with smell. And I am. I'm bombing her with a burning pizza smell. But in any event, like, and so she's sitting between me and the oven because she's trying to block me from going and getting the pizza. She's such a little devious animal in some ways. She's definitely a little devious animal. She thinks about stuff. No, yeah, there we go. She thinks about food very deeply. I don't need this many potions. I'm just not using them like that. I'm learning that I really don't need 2 stacks of solid shots either. Send those off and I'll throw them away or whatever. No, I'll just throw them away. I don't need 2 stacks. Throw this away. Equip the other stack. Yeah, I'm learning to just like preserve the space more. Yeah, mail off this potion. I don't know why you didn't. Okay, let's go back out. I will die probably on the way again, but that's alright. Lots of people out at 2 in the fucking morning, foreigners. Just kidding. It's a global community. Fit. Ship. Good, I'm fit. And, yeah, we good. Just so, steer me back out there. I didn't make it last time, so just keep on going. Right on. Poor kitty, the smell makes her crazy. I should blow it out the top of the... Yeah, you don't like the smell, do you, kitty? I'm sorry. And she's like, you're annoying me. And I'm like, I know the smell annoys you. Hold on, I'll fix it, okay, kitty? Oh, it's okay. There we go. I will fix it, don't worry. Sorry about the smell. Hopefully venting it'll get rid of it. So, that's everything, right? Yep. So we go back out, grind more turtle. I'm halfway through a level. Boy, it takes forever. I used to hate this grind, but now I really love it. Telling myself that I love it. How to brush your teeth for healthy gums. Why not?
Hello, this is Dr. William Neal, dentist, periodontist in Wichita Falls, Texas. Today's lesson is on proper toothbrushing. First, a lesson on dental anatomy. Here we have a cross-section of a lower tooth like this, and you can see this might be the cheek side of the tooth, this would be the tongue side. We have a skin layer on the gum, you see the tooth, the jawbone, but we have this green biofilm slime that grows on anything that's wet and warm. And we're trying to focus right here on the tooth. So when you're brushing, you must use a soft bristle brush. It's got to have straight bristle tips like this, not bristles that are splayed out such as this. So we want to take the soft bristle brush and we want to brush the teeth. We want to place the bristle tips on the tooth, not on the gum. So we're going to press the soft bristle brush, push hard, and we're just going to move the handle like this, back and forth, up and down, a little bit of circles any way you want to, but not like this. And certainly not like that. You go this way and you go that way on the tongue side. This you have to do by braille. This you can look in the mirror for most of that. So then we're going to use Grandma's tooth powder. It's been around for probably a couple hundred years. And so we have some baking soda. That neutralizes bad breath odor and acid that causes tooth decay. We're going to use some hydrogen peroxide that will add oxygenating bubbles to that nasty anaerobic environment. And we're going to add a little bit of salt. So the way we do this, take a little bit of small glass, and we're going to add in about a teaspoon of baking soda. And like that. We're going to add in some salt and a little bit, not too much. And then we're going to add in enough hydrogen peroxide to make a paste. Something like that. So we're going to take that concoction and we're going to scoop up about half of that, and we're going to smear that on the teeth and the gum, all the way around lip side and tongue side, just like that. And that's going to do the job of adding oxygen bubbles to the anaerobic environment, absorbing bad breath odor, and all good things will happen. Bad bacteria hate that. And then so we're going to take that and we're going to rinse that. We're going to spit that baking soda out, but not rinse. And we're going to rinse out all the baking soda from the toothbrush. And so we're going to take that concoction and we still have some remnants of baking soda around the teeth. We're going to take our soft, hot, clean, bristle toothbrush and try to drive that baking soda underneath the gum line like that. I showed you the technique before. This is where the...
Do you need toothpaste?
You really is the business end of brushing. I like the baking soda because it's cheap. You probably have it around the house anyway, and it's been time tested for decades. And the modern toothbrush products are mimicking that baking soda and hydrogen peroxide. So there you have it. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you found it interesting, and hope to see you soon. Hey, thank you for watching. God bless.
So you don't
Dude,
need to.
what is going on with Slay the Spire 2?
You don't need toothpaste? I didn't know that. The 1 out of 10 dentists. Really?
About a teaspoon.
I'm gonna send this to my mother. This is... Man, that piece of shit is smoking. It's fucking annoying. Driving the cat crazy. She's like annoyed. I can see her tail twitching. It's my house. I'll cook something if I want. Live here, it's my own. Those up, please. Love seeing the numbers fly. I'm addicted to it.
Some birthday wishes for an East Valley man. Today, he is 110 years old.
Yeah, as Susan Casper reports, the guy is sharing his secret to longevity.
If you eat properly, get your rest.
Words to live by, considering Bernardo Lapayo of Mesa was born in 1901 and has lived to be 110 years old.
They had no automobiles. They had no airplanes. I saw them all come about.
Bernardo tells me he's never been sick a day in his life. He walks every morning and eats mostly organic fruits and veggies.
People ask me, what do you do to stay so young? I say, well, you've heard the old saying, I know you have, you are what you eat.
So what's Bernardo's secret? 5 foods: garlic, honey, cinnamon, chocolate, and olive oil. Healthy habits Bernardo picked up from his father, a doctor who lived to be 98.
And he told me not to eat ordinary red meat. He said, lamb is okay, but red meat, stay away from it. Hot dogs and the French fries and all those things, don't eat it.
Bernardo keeps his brain sharp by being a voracious reader, solving crossword puzzles and playing checkers.
I can remember things that my father told me when I was 8 years old.
A father who showed
this man is 110.
His son how to have a rich life worth living.
And he taught me how to live, how to eat, and to have faith in God, and he would take care of me. And so far, it has happened.
In Mesa, Susan Casper.
I think it's just you who had good genes. I don't think it's the food you eat, no. Though I'm sure garbage does make your life significantly shorter, you know. The list itself wasn't that bad. It was like, what was it? It was like, broccoli or whatever. Oh yeah, garlic.
5 foods: garlic, honey, cinnamon.
Garlic, honey, cinnamon, chocolate, and olive oil.
Chocolate and olive oil. Healthy habits Bernardo picked up from his father.
Yeah, but how?
A doctor who lived to be 98.
And he told me not to eat ordinary red meat. He said, lamb is okay, but red meat, stay away from it.
Stay away from it?
Dogs and the French fries and all those things, don't eat it.
Bernardo keeps his brain sharp by being a voracious reader, solving crossword puzzles.
I wonder what he did.
I mean it quite literally. I am glad that she died.
It took me a long time to accept that my mom was not perfect, let alone abusive. My earliest flashes of memories are of a household that was very weighted in tragedy.
When I was 6, my mom put me in acting.
She was always fascinated with kind of Hollywood and the aura and the romance as she saw it.
She had good intentions, I think, at the core of it. She wanted me to
have a better life than she had. But I also think her approach was very unhealthy and informed by her own lack of self-worth. I think she was trying to be seen, feel seen through me. I think she was living vicariously through me and to fulfill her dream and what she had always wanted.
She had always wanted to be an actress herself. She had wanted to be an actress. She tried and tried with her parents, and they were like, we're not signing you up for acting, Debbie. And
yeah,
so
my mom does this. She puts a large amount of pressure on me to the point where I don't do anything at all except this stream. Because there's, you know, because there's just like, no, I know that you'll freak out and just pressure me to do it more, you know? I don't know.
I think that she saw it as an opportunity to feel seen because she never really...
She pressured me all of my life to be a professional writer, and I am good at writing, but I don't like writing. I don't like writing. I mean, I'm glad that I don't do it anymore. Honestly, I do it. I'm sorry, I write all the time. I write poetry, but it tortures me. I write poetry that fucking tortures me. I don't like writing. I do it, but I mean, I don't like it. I don't understand how people do. It's always like, okay, here's my flow of thoughts. They're fucking crazy, and they're coming. I have to check my pizza now. So I'm sorry, kitty. I don't mean to displace you, but I gotta get up. Yep, sorry. Get your butt off. Yep, so I get up. I gotta go check this pizza before it burns. Excuse me, kitty. I'll put you over here so I can get up. Sorry about that, kitty. Go get something out of the oven. You're welcome back on my lap if you want. Oh, I'll do my camera. There we go. Okay.
Did. She never felt she got the attention that she needed or her needs met or whatever, and so she thought this is an opportunity for that to happen. I would cry on several occasions when it just felt like it really got to be too much, and I
Yeah, the pressure was like, all my life my mom was like, you're going to go to college and you're going to get a master's and you're going to be skilled and you're going to do something professional and you're going to go and be a writer or an editor or something. And I did that, except like she was like, and I will help you. And then, but when it came around time to do it, I was like 24, and I was like, all right, I've bummed around Europe. I've like, you know, been places. I have a good life. I've found my apartment and my whole thing, and it's time to go to school. And she didn't have any money, so. Then I paid for all of it, and I went through school for 2.5 years, and it put me like 50 grand in debt, which sucked. And I realized that they weren't going to give me anything that I actually valued. And also I bombed out, not due to my thing. They wanted me to write something about my family, and I refused to do it. I was like, I'm not writing about my family. I'll write you anything else under the sun. But then the assignment was, as a college student, to go get your family's life and bring it back to the students. And I was like, you don't want to know. You don't want to know what my family is like. And I don't want to talk to them, and I'm not going to learn, and I don't like my family. I don't want to do that. And I told her, I was like, give me anything. I'll write you anything. I'll write 5 papers. Give me 5 papers. I'll write about nuclear proliferation. I'll write about utopia. I'll write about the internet. I'll write about anything, please. Just not my fucking family. She's like, nope. You have to do what the assignment is, because it's assigned by the school. No, so it's like, well, not assigned by the school, but it's like we can't equivocate because that's like giving one student special like treatment, and we don't do that. It's a community college. We don't do that like expensive schools do. And I was like, oh, okay, well, you can't let me change the topic of the paper. And I was like, please, anything. I'll write about something crazy and technical. I don't care. And she was like, nope, it has to be your family. You have to go talk to them. You have to get the quotes, and you have to quote them. You have to do it properly and all this stuff with the vernacular, with the vernacular and tools that we taught you. And I was like, I'm not writing about my fucking family. I'm not talking to them. I'm excommunicated from my fucking family. I'm not talking to them. And she was like, well, go talk to whoever you still talk to. And I was like, that's my mother. That's it. And she was like, you only speak to your mother? That's the only family member you've got? And I was like, yes. I've been excommunicated from my fucking family. My father, I haven't seen him in goddamn 27 years or something like that. And I don't want to talk to his family either. Fuck that. And I was like, you can't require me to do this. And she was like, well, I can't give you special... I bombed out of fucking college for that. I failed the last, the final. I failed the final for creative writing, which is what I was in college for. Well, I was in college to get a literature major, but but writing was the main crux of that. And, the main crux of that, and I was very angry. I was like, God damn it, I feel like I spent 2.5 fucking years boiling up to this fucking point. I needed to pass this class, I really did, and then that put my completion rate below fucking 67 when she failed me because I didn't do the final. And I was like, I didn't even go to the last 5 days of English, and I loved that teacher. She was like a good personal friend of mine, motherfucker. We are on such close terms that I could have called her at home. I loved that teacher. She was amazing, but she couldn't equivocate, and neither could I. So I fucking bombed out of college, and I feel like I want to sue them for that. I feel like I have a lawsuit for that, sort of. I want them to pay the 50 grand. I never paid a cent. I did not. After that, I was like, I'm not paying them for it. It was a sucker scam. I'm not paying the government for Fannie Mae or any of that shit. I told them. I told as I left, I went to school one day. It was just insane. I went to school one day. I went into whatever class it was. I think it was like arts or something. And they're like, you don't go to this school anymore. And I was like, what? And they're like, according to the roster, you don't go to this school anymore, and you're not in my class. And I was like, what? So I go down to the fucking office, and I was like, what do you mean I don't go to this school anymore? They bounced me out of art today and told me I wasn't a paying customer. And they were like, yeah, you've your completion rate is a bit lower than whatever it was. I think they said 57% or something. And I was like, well, but I have A's in every class except for creative writing. That's it. I have A's in every class. What are you talking about? And they were like, yeah, you do have like a 3.4 GPA, but your completion rate is below 57%. I was like, well, why? And they were like, well, we don't know. You haven't failed any classes. And I was like, no, I haven't. And they were like, oh, you took like 5 withdrawals. And I was like, well, yeah, that's what my mother told me to do. She ordered me to do it. She was like, any class that you can't get an A in, just withdraw. And I was like, oh, that's good advice. Okay, if you don't think, and I was like, really? Just even if I don't think I can cut a B? And she was like, no, just bail out from any class, withdraw from the class, and then it's not on your GPA. And I took her advice at that, and then bombed out of goddamn bombed out of goddamn college. It was insane. I took her advice on that. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have took her advice about she's gonna pay my school. She didn't do that. I shouldn't have taken her advice about fucking withdrawing as opposed to not getting an A. I withdrew from 5 classes because I was like, oh god, I wanted civics, but the civics teacher was a monotone, and he put me to sleep day 2. I tried to stay awake. I wasn't tired. I was like, I cannot listen to this monotone guy drone on. I can't do it. I'm falling asleep. So I withdrew from the class. And I never asked anybody. I just withdrew from the class, like online, in the portal, as a community college student is wont to do. Oh no, what's happening? Oh no. I can't. He's gonna kill me. Nice. I'm AFK and on a psychic. Nice. It's a Cormorant Navy. Cool. Kill me. He was a suspect too, of course. Let's block him. I don't know. No, this is traffic, whatever. Self-destruct. I really don't know why I'm sitting here. I don't know. Faction Warfare has not been good to me this week. I think I'm starting to sort of break even at like 4 million a pop, and I keep losing like 5 or 10 in a row. That's like 40 million, and that's basically what I've made from Faction Warfare this week, which is annoying. But I mean, I don't know. Their shitty design is like, I have no place to even park in this fucking system before I go AFK. I can't tell it to go anywhere in this system. It's so fucking annoying. Okay, it's been about 10 minutes. The pizza should have cooled down by now. I shall eat dinner.
Oh, my mom, I don't.
Yeah, and so like, and so that pressure to withdraw, that was destructive to my fucking college career. It was destructive. One could say her terrible ass advice basically tanked me out of college. I've never put it that way to her. And she's the kind of person to be like, no, you blame me for all your problems. But I mean, like, that was true. I took her bad advice. I was very careful to withdraw from classes that I wasn't getting A's in, and I bombed out of college, and it was bad advice. And on top of it, I lived my life expecting her to just fork out like $100,000 for a fucking fucking diploma. Or not a diploma, but a degree. I was like, but that was her idea. It wasn't mine. She was like, oh, like she was proud of it. My whole life, she was like, I'm going to pay for your college. Don't you worry about it. You're going to go to college. You're going to have a good time. You're going to learn and all this stuff. And so when it came to it, when I came around to it at 24, she was like, I can't do it. If I pay for anything for your college, I'm going through a bankruptcy. If I pay anything for your college, it'll break me. And on top of it, my creditors can't know that I'm giving you money. And I was like, that's okay. I get it. But that sucked though, kind of like when it came around to it, I ended up 50, 60 grand in debt and because of her advice, I bombed out of college. It is because of her advice. I never would have withdrawn from those classes. I would have gotten C's or B's. But I withdrew from classes. I can't even remember all there was. I withdrew from civics because he was putting me to sleep. I didn't want to do Art 2. I realized that Art 2 wasn't going to help me. So I withdrew from that class. I didn't want to do... I didn't feel... They wanted me to do math, so I was like, okay, I'll do math. But I didn't. But the second math class, I was like, I'm not ready for this. I've got too much on my plate with creative writing. I had to write like so many papers. I was like, I've got too much on my plate. I can't do math. And on top of it, it's so fucking annoying. I can't think about math right now. And so I withdrew, and I was getting good grades though. I was getting good grades in all those classes. It was fucking stupid, but I wasn't going to get A's, and I knew I wasn't. I knew I was going to bomb on the final, and so I withdrew like she told me to. That bombed me out of college, and I'm still fucking pissed about it. I'm pissed about it. I'm not pissed at her. I'm pissed that I listened to somebody else. I wish I had just learned on my own. I probably would have a degree and a much better fucking life. I'm fucking pissed every time I ever listen to anybody else. I swear to God, it is a complete fucking disaster. Whatever I do, what I'm going to do, I'm totally fucking fine. I'm always fine at the end of it. Whatever it is, whatever I chose to do is always was in the end the right thing to do for some reason. But when I listen to somebody else, it fucking leads me down some fucking, like, to the rocks as the sirens sing me to the fucking shipwreck. It's fucking stupid. And I'm through listening to other people about my career. I had a WoW person the other day be like, oh, brother, you got to do quality over quantity. It's like, you don't know me, motherfucker. I blocked that motherfucker. I was like, you don't know me, motherfucker. I love what I do, and I do put quality into this. I put my blood, sweat, and tears in this motherfucker. I've published thousands of videos. I'm halfway through a fucking album. You want to tell me that I don't do quality? Fuck you. You just met me, motherfucker. What the fuck are you talking about? And that one got to me. I was like, no, you don't know me, motherfucker. You don't know me. So I blocked him. And I was like, motherfucker, you don't know me. What are you talking about? You don't know anything about my career or what I do. You don't know the games I play. What the fuck are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? And that's the same thing. That's another person trying to tell me what to do with my shit. And if I do anything like what they say, I will not have a career afterwards. I know I won't. I know I won't. And the little bit of viewership that I do have would just dwindle. I know that they're not right. I know they aren't. So... anyways, we're going to watch this, and I got to kick the cat off my lap, but she's not going to be happy about it because she's, like, pounding me because of food. But it's time to eat pizza, and she's got to deal with it. I'm sorry, kitty. You got to get up. Okay, gotta eat some pizza now. The one time I took advice from somebody that actually was like brilliant, good advice, and I took the advice. It went against my feelings. I was like, no, fuck the government. I don't want their money or anything like this. But a government doctor one time was like, you need disability. You should be on disability. You're basically unemployable, and you are what we are looking for with it. And it was a government doctor who told me that. And he was like, after meeting you and understanding you, I did what they pay me to do. I'm here to tell you, you qualify, and I don't say that to most people. That he was like, you qualify for this. Your legal record is proof. You qualify for this. You should try. And I was like, oh God, I don't think I can do like a 5 or 10 year fucking intro process and do a bunch of meetings and all this stupid ass shit. I'm homeless on the streets. And he was like, that's why you should do it. And I was like, okay. And I got the neuropsych evaluation, and yes, they came back. They're like, you have brain damage, you have retrograde amnesia, you have memory issues and cognitive issues, you've got irascible, like endless fucking opposition authority, you probably can't have a boss, and all this other stuff. And I was like, okay. And that was the only advice I've ever taken from another human being that actually fucking helped me. People love to tell me what to do. They are running this. They are steering this fucking pirate ship, bitch. That's me. I really don't like taking other people's advice. My mother thinks that I shouldn't drink. I think it's not her business. I'm a grown man. I'll drink if I want to. I don't, it's whatever, like, motherfucker, I've never had a problem with alcohol, but because I like it, they seem to think that I have an issue with it. It's like weird. It's like, no, I like being drunk. What of it? It's like I like pizza. I'm about to eat pizza right now. Should I stop eating pizza just because you say so? No. Fucking stupid. I like pizza. Whatever. This is cauliflower pizza. It's fucking amazing. Anyways.
Would either say like, Nat, you don't mean that, or she'd say, what? No, you're gonna break mommy's heart. What? No, you're so good. This is our chance. This is our chance. This is our family's chance. And it's hysterics. It's that, but it's like tears pouring down the cheek, screaming.
Yeah, that stuff. It's a form of abuse in a way. It's like this, and my mother used to do this too. It's like they want to manipulate your life to be something that you're not. and they're super high pressure because they had successful lives. So they pressure you to be like them. And it's like, I'm sorry, I was this burnout, druggy, crazy bandit guy who was a drug dealer and did have cops coming after me. Crazy. Oh, what's that sound? Oh, what is that sound? Oh, you scared me.
Like really, really hysterical response. And so as a kid, I think it's impossible not to program that as, okay, don't do that again. Don't ever say that again. That's not an option. That's not okay. And then I'd feel guilty. When you're a kid, you don't know that you're in a traumatic situation or that you're in a not normal situation because it's just your reality. You have nothing to really compare it to. It's just so your own experience. So I had no idea that I was in a traumatic environment. To me, that's where some of the comedy actually comes from, is because it's like that denial, innocent child point of view. Yeah. So my mom would be chasing my dad around the house with a literal steak knife, and I'd be like rooting her on. I'd be like, go Mom, like you got this. And it's like, yeah, that's messed up. But when I was 6, I didn't know that was messed up. I grew up as such a people pleaser, as such a, you know, being Mormon, being the good girl, being my mommy's good girl, and homeschooled and in the entertainment industry, and please like me casting director, and please like me director, and just desperate, starved for validation to the point that I completely surrendered and abandoned my own identity for any shred of
My thing is I can't pretend that I'm not who I am, ever. I can't be what she wants. I never have been. I've never not been drunk. I've never not been a burnout druggie. It's fucking stupid. I was Jim Morrison. She didn't like it. I'm sorry. I'm Jim Morrison. It's just who I am.
Of approval I could get, regardless of...
I care more about transcendental poets than I do my own parents, basically. It's fucking stupid, but I am like that.
If the person who was approving of me was somebody I respected or not, oh, that didn't matter. Not only was it chaotic because of the abuse that was happening and my mom's violent and erratic, unstable behavior, but also because we all lived in fear of her cancer coming back. My mother was initially diagnosed with breast cancer when I was 2 years old. Because she had had breast cancer when I was so little, I one day wake up and I feel a lump in my breast that I thought was, oh my God, I have cancer, I'm dying. That's my thought. So I go to my mom and I say, oh no, like, what is this? And she told me I, in fact, did not have cancer, that I was just getting boobies. And she instantly kind of, there was no moment of, oh, you know, you're developing and this is normal and we'll get you a training bra and we'll whatever and this is the process. My mom really wanted me to stay young. I knew that was helpful for acting purposes. They like to hire kids who can play younger ages than they actually are. And she said, yeah, there is this thing, it's called calorie restriction. It was the literal day that she taught me calorie restriction. It's like crystal clear in my mind. And then it very much became this thing that we did together and count our calories together every day. And I'm smiling because it's like, it felt like a fun thing when we were little. It felt like a thing my mom was helping me out with. It felt like a thing that she was doing for my benefit. It felt like a form of connecting with my mom at the time. As disturbing as it is, really bonded us. I thought it was a way for me and mom to be closer, to be more connected, to be best friends.
All my life, I've not been fat, but I'm definitely not skinny. And my mother is the most fat, obsessed person I have ever met. I swear to God, her whole sussing out of worth has to do with what your weight is. It's insane, and I can't stand it. And I stay fat, particularly because of it.
And only later,
losing back down to 240 pounds was the craziest thing I've almost ever done, because I'm not like that. You know, I'm not like that.
I realized that wasn't what was happening. Oh, we can write down everything that we eat, and we had 2 bites of this shrimp scampi lean cuisine, whatever the little things were that we ate that day, and then we'd compare our notes, and then she would...
Like, my mom had me go on the peptiglutides and stuff. That was her idea. I never would have done that.
Advise me on the next day and what we could do and how we could streamline a little bit more, cut back a little bit more. Right. It was our thing. Yep. No one else got this thing. We got this thing. I can look at you from across the room and know you got me and I got you. Yep. And we were just in the disease, in the sickness. But there was a connection that the sickness created that I, of course, couldn't see. And I really, even as I started to kind of question that, I just suppressed all of the doubts and the uncertainties about where her behavior was coming from, what her motivations were, because I felt like I needed to where her...
Kitty, you were like sitting on my keyboard, disturbing the fucking monitor.
Serve the idea of her
kick your ass out if you're
being my best
doing
friend.
this.
Part of me knew something was off. Right. Also, the fact that there was so much secretiveness around it.
Right.
My gut knew it wasn't right, but I couldn't accept that it wasn't right because I'm a kid and I need this. It's my mom, exactly. I needed her to be the thing that I wanted her to be in order to survive. I couldn't accept the idea that my mother was abusive toward me because my whole way of life, my whole way of going through the world was, I was operating through this lens of my mom wants what's best for me. Even after she died, I'm nothing without my mom. I can't do anything without my mom. I'm incapable, I'm incompetent. What would mom want? What would mom think? What does mom need?
So I'd been fed that messaging my entire life of, you know, you're completely incompetent, you are not smart, you can't do anything without me, you need me, I'm the thing that keeps you from just completely being derailed and a loose cannon and unable to handle yourself. Like it was all that messaging for so long.
That accepting that she was abusive would have meant reframing my entire life, and that felt impossible. Like it went in baby steps to put these pieces of the puzzle together and to recognize the reality of the pain that I'd suppressed for decades at that point, you know?
It's passive aggression, fixation, and bossiness. It's over bossing, you know? You know what I've said to my mother the most you know what phrase I say to my mother the most? The thing I say to her the most often, thing I say to her the most. I don't need micromanagement. She will stand there and tell you how to open a door. It is insane. It has always been insane. It's something that drives me crazy. She's OCD, and she will tell you how to open a car door. She will tell you how to walk in a house. It's fucking crazy. I don't need you to micromanage how I'm moving right now. Constantly, she'll do stuff like, are you high? Are you drunk? Or whatever. And I'm like, God damn it. You know that is the worst trigger that I fucking have. You know it sends me right to the liquor store or the crack house. Please do not ask me that. Who the fuck cares if I'm drunk and high? Who the fuck cares? I don't care. I've never cared. You care. I don't care about that. I've never cared about that. I don't care about that. Your weird fucking judgment about it. I don't care about it. And then I get really angry and I'm just like, please do not micromanage me. I don't fucking need it. I've never needed it. So when I left her house when I was like 16, and I didn't really ever come back until now. I just couldn't do it. I was like, I don't know, man. I can't really live with you. You constantly boss me around all the fucking time. I don't want it. I don't need it.
I first went to therapy when I was 20, 22, or 23.
I felt like my job from a very early age, and I feel like this is
She's got
unfortunately.
This thing she does all of my life, and it is what I hate most about her. She keeps the storage locker full of shit that she herself couldn't possibly ever do the work of keeping. She couldn't ever possibly do the work of keeping the massive storage lockers that she's kept all of her fucking life. So guess who does that work? Me. And that's okay, but it's like nobody ever moved my storage locker every time I ever moved in my life. I did it by myself. It's like, motherfucker, who's gonna move my storage locker all my fucking life? That was just you using me as a storage locker slave. So now, when she makes me go down to the storage locker, I stand out in front of it, and I wait for her to be done in there. I'm like, okay, I'll come in and I'll help you, and I'll move a box around or whatever you need, but I let her know I don't want to be here. It's not my place. I hate this thing. You've been doing it to me all my fucking life. When I fled the house at 16, it was to get away from shuffling her shit around in storage lockers all of my fucking life. Like when I ran away from home, she thought it was going to be okay because she had lost her business and her life and her husband and her money in the recession. She thought it would be okay to just, after school, we were just going to shuffle shit around at her storage locker every day looking for stuff to sell for months and months and months and months and months. And I just, after a while, I was like, no, I don't want to go to the storage locker. After a while, I just ran away from home. I was like, I'm not going to the storage locker tomorrow. I told my friend Steve, I was like, I'm not going to the fucking storage locker tomorrow. I'm not doing the storage locker again. She thinks I'm just going to go after school from 3:45 in the afternoon until 9 o'clock at night, moving shit around in a storage locker again. I'm fucking not doing it. And I ran away from home. I stole her minivan. I got my friend Steve. I was like, let's go to California. Fuck the storage locker. I'm not doing this anymore. I was 15 years old. Who the fuck talks like that? What? You know, she was a good mother. I wouldn't say she was a bad mother. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying what was with the fucking storage locker. She still does it. We went there today. She still does it. It's this weird fucking thing about her personality. She has to have enough money to buy more shit that she couldn't ever possibly handle by herself and then get other people to shuffle it around for her. It's some crazy fucking weird, you know, idiosyncrasy from an autistic person. And I'm sure my video games come across the same exact way to her. She goes, he doesn't do anything. It's just video games all of his fucking life or whatever. I guarantee that's how she thinks of it. But at least that's my choice. It wasn't you forcing me to do storage locker. At least the video games are my choice. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. The storage locker was not. I can't stand the fucking storage locker. I told her, I was like, the storage locker represents everything that I fucking hate. It represents the time that was the darkest in my life where I ran away from home because I just couldn't handle the storage locker anymore. Here you have me at the age of 43 going to the fucking storage locker every single fucking day. And I'm sorry, but it is a form of abuse. It's shitty. My father, he just full-blown left. After a while, he just realized that she was going to fucking force him to shuffle her shit around for the rest of his life. And I don't blame him for fucking leaving either. I don't want to shuffle shit around either. It's not my shit. It's some other rich person's shit that I've never had that kind of money or that kind of fucking ability to buy. So it's just like, it's just some rich person's shit that they expect to fucking you had to pay the cost of being a family member with them by just shuffling their shit around all of your fucking life. And I'm sorry, there's a point where, you know, it's not very grateful as a family member. She's done a lot for me since she gave me birth. It's okay to move the storage locker. I still do it at the age of 43, but it's still a form of fucking abuse. I don't know what else to fucking call it. It's storage locker abuse. I don't know what it is. It's some weird, crazy fucking hoarder thing. She's not a hoarder because she keeps everything in her life completely straight and completely in order because she's OCD. But she is a hoarder and she thinks everybody's going to shuffle her fucking shit around for the rest of her fucking life. She's blown hundreds of thousands of dollars on storage lockers and people to shuffle her shit around and redesign her storage locker again or run some lights in there. She spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, way more money than I've ever had in my entire fucking life on just shuffling storage lockers around. And I recognize it for what it is. It's some kind of crazy psychological fucking thing from her generation because her parents were raised in the Dust Bowl, and they experienced the Great Depression, so they taught their kids to keep everything that they have forever or whatever. So she just thinks that for some reason I should shuffle her fucking storage locker around for the rest of my goddamn life. And I've been very clear that the storage locker is my idea of essentially suicide death. It's like basically the thing that drives me to suicide death. It's insane. The storage locker, it was a form of fucking abuse. You know what I'm saying? It is a form of abuse, and I put up with it, but I shouldn't. And I don't know anybody else like that. You want to know how I know? My best friend, he's a spiritual healer guy who's like a spiritual guru who is essentially the church or deacon or priest or whatever you want to call it for like 1,000 people, and they go to him for love advice and for life advice. Think like rabbi or something like that. He's a motherfucking mensch. He always has been. It's what attracted to me when I was a kid. Like me to him when he was a kid. He's a fucking mensch. He's a good guy for anything. He's got so much knowledge in his head that he'll just advise you how to get through pretty much anything, you know. And I really like him a lot, but when I was young, when I was like 24 or something like that, I was like, yeah, I'm moving back to my mom's house. And he just offhand flippantly, and that's not something he normally does. He was just like, oh no, you shouldn't go live with your mom. She makes you miserable. It took someone else. Like, the only way I'm able to do this situation right now is we don't live in the same fucking house. I don't think we ever should. You know, it's kind of crazy. And he was right about that. He was like, you should go live with your mom. She makes you miserable constantly. And I was like, yeah, you know, I think you're right about that. And I was like, well, but if I don't do that, I'll have to go to the streets. And he's like, well, then go live with your mom, but you know it's not the right move. And I was like, yeah. And I hate that when you're priest, essentially, it's like you don't really have a good relationship with your family member. And when we're not living in the same state, and we have a great relationship, you know, wonderful relationship. We get along, we call on the phone, and we do great. But when I'm around her, it's constant battles and problems, and I know she's judging me, and I know she's disappointed, and I just don't give a fuck. I'm this fat, slovenly, Chris Farley, fucking John Belushi drug addict who's totally unrepentant, drunk all of his goddamn life, high all my goddamn life, whatever the fuck it is. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm just not that person. I'm not OCD. I don't shuffle shit around. I can carry everything I own besides my television and my computer on my back because I'm just not a possession person. And so, you know, I just don't I really don't appreciate moving other people's possessions around all of my fucking life. It did have some stigma for me, and it still does. I don't like rich people. I don't like money. I would never work a job for real money ever. It's broken my brain, where it's like I have a fear of success now because I know that it means shuffling shit around like a mortgage and a house and possessions and adult things and maybe guns or money or whatever the fuck, and going to the fucking bank every day and going to a job every day or whatever. I'm sorry, I don't want that life. I never did. I'm not a fucking freak like you. I'm sorry. And I've called my mother a freak several times in my life. I'm like, I'm not a freak like you. Most people, they do those things because they have to. It comes with the territory and shit. She thinks it's fun to do all that stupid ass shit. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm sorry. We're so separate in terms of actual, like, personalities, you know. Like, do we get along great? She is one of my best friends, you know. She really is. But we don't see eye to eye on almost anything. Lately, she's been on about woke and trans, and I'm just like, I'm not gonna change my fucking opinion on that. I don't think she wants me to, but it comes up every once in a while. Now it's like she's anti-woke and anti-trans, but she's the fucking deepest Democrat I've ever fucking met. But she's not aware. She's not aware that she's spouting these Hitler hate-isms, fucking stupid baby boomer fucking shit. She's like, no, she has no clue that how many trans friends I actually have, or how many times I marched in the gay pride parade with them and shit like this. She has no idea how fucking extreme left-wing liberal I actually am. And I don't appreciate the anti-woke trans stuff. I'm a woke canceling, like, I'm a canceling woke person. I really am. I like people of color. I like DEI. I'm that woke. It's fucking insane. I don't want to hear about how you don't like woke. I don't fucking care. I don't bring up that I don't like, you know, or whatever. I don't bring up that, like, I don't ever almost bring up that I don't like baby boomers or storage lockers. Why do you constantly bring up woke and trans? It's fucking weird. She'll be like, oh, the pronoun stuff, I can't stand it. Or she'll be like, oh, I can't stand AI. I think they're forcing us to use AI, and I think AI is ruining the world. And I'm like, you know, as a gamer, I'm like the one person in the world who actually benefits from AI, and I just don't really agree. I don't agree. I really love AI. I use AI for therapy. I use AI for quest reading and, like, quest management and stuff. I use AI to tell me what to do in video games. I use AI to set timers for me. I've done this since I was a kid. The cell phone, the Android, it is an AI. Basically, it's AI tools. I've used Google, which is an AI, all of my life to answer every question that I've ever had. I'm sorry, I am an AI person, so I don't really want to hear, like, anti-AI stuff, but you hear it out of them a lot. I'm sorry, I'm just not like that. I'm not like you in almost any way or form. And she makes this a disappointment for her. And I'm sorry, you don't need to do that. Just understand that some two peas are not in a pod. Not everybody is the same thing or the same personality. I never desired to have a life like she's always had. I've never desired to be a clean person with a clean house. I've never desired to have OCD or whatever it is. I've never desired to be somebody really crazy. I think lead singer or streamer is the most aspirational thing that I've ever strove to do. Otherwise, you know, or I mean, I've done some crazy things. I've become a drug dealer, and I've been like a cartel driver and shit like this. I've done some crazy shit. I've built personal empires and stuff, both in the games and in the real world. But I don't care about that stuff. I'm just as likely to walk out the fucking door and go walking for a year as I am to take care of anything in my life. You know what I'm saying? I'm crazy like that. I would say chaotic neutral from Dungeons and Dragons is the best possible way to describe it. I'm opportunistic. I only do it if it's fun. I don't care about what your fucking judgments are about anything. You understand? Anything. I don't care what you think about anything at all. I don't care about your views on racism. I don't care what you think about drugs. I don't care about shame. I don't care about your idea of shaming people for it. I don't care about those things. I think shame in you for having all that shame, but I'm not the same person as you. I'm not, never have been, you know. And so I think it's weird. Her generation wants to call it abuse. I think it's just personality. I think it's just personalities bumping. I don't think it's abuse when they try to have an interesting life or whatever. Maybe if she was actually actually stabbing her husband or actually harming you or sexually touching or something, it would be abuse. But I don't think a parrot having a strong personality is abuse. I think that's just life. I think that's just life. I think it happens to everybody. You know? Everybody's got a strong parent that they can't stand. Everybody does. You know, everybody's got a parent that's not their favorite. You know, everybody has that. It's weird, you know, and so, yeah. Like, my dad raised me, which is fucking weird, but I liked her so much more than him, that when he disappeared at the age of 15, I just never looked back. I was just like, no, I know my mother is an actually good parent. You know, when it comes to parenting, she was great. She's always supported me 110%, still does, helps me book appointments and all types of stuff. As a parent, she is fucking tip-top, 110%. No failure there whatsoever. But all that shit about the storage locker, all the shit about how I'm you know, drugs or drinking or any of that other stuff that I just couldn't give two flying fucking shits about. But her generation, they really want to put their kids in jail for fucking drugs. I know they do. The other day, she was just like, I plain don't like homeless people. And I was like, well, I don't plain, I didn't say it. You know what my first thought was? It's like, well, I plain don't like people who don't like homeless people. I didn't say it to her. But I mean, it's like, Jesus Christ, I just spent 7 of the last 10 years homeless or something like that. You don't like homeless people. Whoop-de-fucking-duh. We don't like you either. Whoop-de fucking, you know, what's that shit that Disney says? They're like, you know, fucking Jiminy Cricket. It's like, zippity-doo-dah. I don't give a flying fuck what you think about homeless people. We don't like you either. You know? Jesus Christ.
Common for children.
That's like Jesus saying he doesn't love the little children or something. It's insane, fucker. Like, no, I don't mean fucker, but it's just like, fuck that attitude. Fuck that attitude. I'm sorry, I don't care what you weird right-wingers think about homeless people. The only difference between you and me is you own the land. The homeless are a problem for only one reason. Our president raises the question, who owns the land? We didn't have this judgment about drugs or homeless people for fucking 1 billion years. You understand? 1 billion years. That's a new thing since her generation. 1 billion years. Nobody gave a shit if you were high and drunk in the ghetto. For 1 billion years, it was like that. And then her generation came along and threw us all in prison for fucking drugs and judged us. And yeah, I really don't like it. I fucking don't like it. I'm sorry. Some days I have to vent about it. I don't like them. Sometimes I think that they should be in prison. You know what I'm saying? See how they fucking like it. You know?
So I felt like it was my job to.
You know, they talk about how Trump's building FEMA camps. My stepfather kept saying Trump's building fucking FEMA camps to throw all the homeless people in there and all that shit. And I was like, oh yeah, but in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, oh man, yeah, wouldn't it be funny if he just threw all the baby boomers in there? It would stop all the greed and shittiness on the fucking planet. You know, all the rest of us are poor. What are we gonna do? We're not even going to shoot at you. The rest of us are poor. We can't afford guns. The rest of us are fucking poor. What are we going to do? Lock the baby boomers up in your fucking FEMA fucking camps. They'll stop buying 5 houses and 3 cars and calling us lazy because we don't have the same thing. Jesus Christ, the Carmageddon destroyed our planet. I went swimming in fucking Hawaii. I know the fucking difference. I went swimming at a coral reef in Hawaii and I witnessed firsthand what the Carmageddon has done to the coral reefs. And I don't want the Carmageddon. I don't want their fucking 3 houses, 5 cars, or bullshit about having money or all that stupid ass shit that they say. I don't care about your fucking money, clout, or fame. I don't care about that stupid shit. You can call it if you're a success. I call it being normal.
Now, I told your brothers about you and they all said they disown you just like I do. We want nothing to do with you. Love, Mom. Or should I say Deb, since I am no longer your mother. P.S. Send money for a new fridge. Ours broke.
And at the time, I didn't read it as vicious. I didn't read it as like, oh, Mom's, this is abuse. I read it as like, oh my God, she's right. I've done something terrible. I'm a terrible person. I need to correct this. I need to do whatever I can to get Mom back on my side and back believing in me, because I've clearly, I'm this devil child.
That's exactly what my mom does. It's like it's a cult. She made me want to, but I don't. I know that she does. But she wants me to feel shame about my drug use. I don't feel shame about anything I've ever done. Sorry.
She'd call me a devil child. She called me, yeah, everything.
I was a special needs kid. I needed more from her, and I feel bad. So I turn a blind eye to the storage lockers and the fights and the problems and the judgment about drinking or drugs or the judgment about video games or not doing anything according to her or whatever, or that I don't have a job. You can't call it a job because it's video games. All that stupid ass shit. It is shameful. It is abuse in a way. It is the delegitimization of a family member. It's like you delegitimized me because of my drug use, because I like alcohol, because I've been a bandit most of my life. I'll do whatever the fuck I want to do. Like because I'm an artist or a lead singer or a fucking streamer or something like that, as opposed to like, you know, a writer or a college professor or something crazy or a physicist or something nuts. And it's like, I don't give a shit about what about that fraud you call the real world. I don't give a shit about it. I don't give a shit about fucking bachelor degrees. I don't give a shit about money. I don't give a shit about that fucking world that you live in. I pay attention to the news. So that honestly, you want to know why I pay attention to the news? I constantly think that they're going to shut down either the power, the water, or the internet. I'm not watching the news because I like politics. I'm watching them because I expect the humanity to try and stop me from playing video games at some point. So I pay attention to the news because I think sooner or later they're going to try and apocalypse us and they're going to try and take my video games away from me. That's what humanity is. That's what I care about. I couldn't give a living shit about shaming me or shaming you about drugs or how many women I've slept with or who I've been around or the criminals that I know or any of that other stupid shit. I don't give a flying fuck about that. Did Whitey Bulger care about that? I don't think anybody cares about that. I've been a kingpin. I don't give a flying fuck about your weird, shitty baby boomer judgment. Sorry. And I know that she really wants me to think that it's somehow my shortcoming, that she wants me to feel so much shame. Sorry, no. You're the shitty, shameful person who has a shame economy. You know, you have like a shame economy in everything that I do. I don't give a flying fuck what I do. What do you care? You know, I've never had any money to give her, so what does it matter what I do? I'm doing my job right now. I would love to sell this raw sagefish directly to a player for 10 cents. I can't do that. I've got one of the few jobs left that's still illegal and completely controlled by the government. I've never been able to make $1 doing what I actually passionately will do all of my life, which is what you're seeing right the fuck now. You know, right the fuck now. You're seeing it. This is what I do with my life. If I'm given my chance, if I'm given my choice, this is what I do with my life. I've never felt shame about it. I feel all the time like there's some judgment or pressure from her and her generation and the other people around me that like I'm inferior somehow because of what I chose to do. What's the difference between what I chose to do and what you do? What's the fucking difference? It's all just the same 100 years on this mortal coil. I'm happy with what I do. You're not. Congratulations. You're the one with the issue. It's just like when gay people are like, you know, shamed by their parents or whatever. It's like, yep, sorry, you know, you know, or whatever. I'm not gay, so I can't relate. But it's like, but it is that sort of thing. It's sort of like when parents shame their kids for being gay. It's fucking stupid. They're still gonna be gay. It's the same thing as shaming me for video games or drugs or alcohol. I'm still gonna smoke, drink, and play video games. It doesn't matter if you shame me for it. It's the same thing as what gay people say. It's like they're still gonna be gay at the end of the day. The fuck does the shame fucking serve? And on top of it, it's playing God too. That's taking God's job from him or her. You know, that's taking God's job. The shame that my mother has because of my drug use and my fucking video games and the life I've lived and all this shit. That's God's job. That's not your fucking job. All the time I feel pressure like, oh, why am I not making like $20 million like Asmongold and all this stupid ass shit? And then I remember, that's somebody else's fucking dream. That's somebody else's expectation. I don't give a flying fuck about that. I really don't. I think about it. I'm like, what would I do with $20 million? Probably order Uber Eats, buy alcohol and weed as I've done all my life, buy some Taco Bell here and there, and play World of Warcraft. What the fuck am I going to do with $20 million? What did Asmongold do with $20 million? Nothing. He sat in his house and played video games. He's an MMO addict. I don't need a fucking job. I don't. I don't need the way you run this world is every bit of fraud. I've been told so many times in my life to get a job. And I think back about all the times I did. I've had so many jobs in my lifetime, way more than my mother. I've had so many fucking jobs. I don't like that get a job thing. I've had so many fucking jobs. I've got so many fucking different paychecks from so many different entities. It's so fucking stupid. 60 or 70 or something like that. Get a job, my fucking ass. Yeah, stop fucking stealing for 5 houses and 3 cars, and maybe we'll talk, you know? The hypocritical downfall of Bill Burr. The girls are fighting. My life just keeps getting worse. Truly seen. Okay.
The anxiety just gets worse and worse and worse every day. Especially us, we're just home, like, alone, depressed.
I think it might be the tattoos on your face might make it so you're unemployable. And I'm sorry, I like tattoos if they really, really mean something. I don't think that rose on your cheek actually means anything, or that star, or that idiot U that you put right where Charles Manson did his shit. Like, I'm sorry, what's the U on, what's the horseshoe on your fucking thing?
Like
You are an idiot. Why would you tattoo your face like that? You're a fucking idiot. There's Yellow Wolf. That makes sense. This doesn't make sense. You look like an idiot.
Everyone hates us. I definitely think
I do. I gotta hate you.
And I think a lot of people are also very ungrateful.
I am not allowed to walk around society looking like this. Why are you? I'm not. You know, I'm allowed to, but nothing good would happen of it. Nothing good would happen of it. It's stupid. I mean, maybe you stand out, I guess, and that maybe might be beneficial to you. To me, it just looks like you're a fucking target. You look like you're a target. You walk in the room, and everybody, you know what I see? I see somebody trying to compensate for a lack of personality. It's like, you know, you want people to ask you about your tattoos because the tattoos have more fucking like personality than you. What is the L7 tattoo? Are you that into L7, you fucking idiot? It's L7. They're an 80s band. Who cares about L7 in 2026, you idiot? I love L7. Don't get me wrong. I love L7. You understand? They're a great band, but I don't fucking love them enough. But trust me, I love L7 too. I get it. I do. But I don't love them enough to put them on my fucking arm. Fucking stupid. What kind of pressure does that put on L7 too? It's insane. It's like, I don't know. Fandom sometimes really bothers me.
Big problem. I suffer from depression pretty bad, and just like
it might be that stupid shit on your fucking scrub face. I'm just saying, maybe if you didn't wake up and go to the mirror to look in the mirror in those cold hard moments and then see that horseshoe you tattooed on your forehead like a moron, you might understand. Like, you were that into tattoos. Okay, I'm sorry, but I'm mid-40s, and it took me a while to understand this, so it's like, for the youth, it's a lot harder, I know it is. I've just not been into anything that much that I would ever get a tattoo. You know what I did get tattooed? I got one tattoo my whole fucking life. It was an anarchy symbol between my front forefinger and my left thumb. And I knew way back then it was acceptable for me because I knew what anarchism really stood for back then. Because I was listening to bands like Against All Authority and, you know, Total Chaos and you know, I don't know, Dropkick Murphys, or I don't know, like fucking Leftover Crack or whatever, and I was listening to anarchist bands. But I began to understand that I just didn't want people telling me what to do, like I couldn't make money selling video game currency, or that I can't play video games all my life, or I can't be drunk and high while I do it. Like motherfucker, who cares if a video game fucking addict uses alcohol and marijuana? It's not like I drive somewhere, go thump thump and hit somebody. No. Who the fuck cares if a video game player uses drugs? I don't do not give a flying fuck about that, but they do for some reason. And so they limited what money I could make. They socially limited me. It's like being gay. I honestly get very jealous of gay people, honestly. Because it's like, at least they have some kind of lobby. At least they have some kind of response when they're fucking marginalized or shamed or treated badly and shit. Gamers are just, you're either Asmongold or you're a loser. One of the two. It's stupid. You're either successful doing this for $50 million like Ninja, or you're just a loser who's addicted to video games that should probably stop. And I'm fucking sick of that. I'm sick of that judgment. I don't want them stepping on online currency anymore. I don't care about fucking video game players using drugs. I just really don't give a flying fuck about that. I'm sorry. If people want to use drugs in 2026, there is 10 billion people on this planet. If fucking 50% of them were all to overdose within a month, we still would have 5 billion people on the planet and way too many people. I don't give a flying fuck about drugs or shame or anything about that. Go play God more, you fucking idiot. Like, I'm sorry, but it is like playing God. It's like playing God, motherfucker. I can't do it. I've never had that kind of cutspaw to try and take God's job from her and judge people for their drug use or the color of their skin or their sexuality or anything the fuck else, or woke or any of that other stupid ass shit, or trans or any of it, you know, any of it. Like any of it is totally fine. It's not your fucking business. God's there, or whatever the fuck you believe in. Nature will suss it all out or whatever if you don't like it. You don't need to pass fucking judgment. That's God's job. I don't like Christianity because, goddamn, I've never met more judgmental people. All the time, I think that the Catholic Church was a poison on my life. That it judged me for being promiscuous, that it judged me for using drugs, that it judged me for being a career alcoholic, a career gamer, and all these weird things that just aren't normal to a Christian church or whatever. And I think it is some weird Christo fucking fascism that normal people do because we haven't got out of our system yet. But I think in like the next 200 fucking years, nobody's gonna care. I think in 200 years, nobody's gonna care if you're a druggie, nobody's gonna care if you're gay, nobody's gonna care if you're a gamer. They're not gonna be limiting, you know, online currency anymore because it's just fucking stupid. There will be a gamer lobby and all this stuff. But I mean, it's gonna take 200 years to get the terrible fucking poison that the baby boomers fucking sowed with their judgment. It's gonna take 200 years or something like that. Look at how bad Donald Trump has set us back. It's gotta be 1,000 years or something like that. They set us back with this stupid ass judgment and their war and their money shit and their rape and their problems and their drug prisons. They set us back, all of us, back with that. They're gonna say, oh, the trankers are dying in the streets and the homeless are out of control. I'm gonna be like, yeah, because the life isn't worth living. The life that you've left with your judgment and your bullshit, life isn't worth living for most of these people. That's a problem we can fix if you weren't to judge them so badly and just treat them like the fellow human beings that they are, your fellow peers, you understand? And not like the homeless or the druggies or the wokies or it's all just some fucking weird category that you want to. It's categorization for human beings, and you know it's not. That doesn't fly. That shit doesn't fly. There's so many different colors in the homo rainbow or whatever the fuck. It's like it just doesn't fly. It's not really cool. It's just it's the manipulations of a judgmental shithead. It's what it is. It drives me crazy. Like, you know, Trump does it really bad. Trump does it like he'll just be like, grab him by the pussy, you know? Jesus fucking Christ, you rapist.
Things like pile on top of each other and just kind of like fuck with me. I think I'm chemically imbalanced.
You're normal. You just haven't had normalcy.
Come in and see that. Just know that that's a little peep memorial.
Are you up in the motherfucker? Are you up in a fucking hot topic? Where are you? You are like 28 years old or something, and you never grew up. You're like buying a BMX bike.
Well, now
you gotta be 26 or 28 or something like that, and you are like buying a BMX bike. What are you, a child?
Memorial, because it's not. yet, but he's working on it.
I'm dead as fuck in a coffin. I'm long gone.
Yeah, I would say I think I don't see a real personality, and that's a shame. It's like social media did this to you, I would say. It's why they want to ban TikTok, I would say. I think social media and Reddit and fucking 4chan does this to you. It's complete and utter loss. It's complete and utter ego death caused by social media, and it's the lack of a personality. So he places tattoos where his personality used to be.
80s.
You're not Yellow Wolf, motherfucker. I don't care if you're a fancy lad and you look good to the ladies or whatever. Like you're not Yellow Wolf.
Biggs, goddamn. I wish.
Motherfucker, Yellow Wolf like actually worked for that. Like you go to Hot Topic.
Not happening. If I find someone and if I fall in love with someone, if I have a kid, you know what I mean, shit might change.
What was your upbringing like, and when did you get interested
It
in
will change in the next 15 years. Trust me, it's inevitable. Nobody does this shit forever. Nobody stays like a teeny bopper forever. It's a phase. It sucks. I mean, I want to say that it lasts forever because I've been like that. I'm just like him. I've got Peter Pan syndrome. I don't want to grow up. I'm just like him. But I know it's cringe when I see it in someone else's life. I can never see my own problems, but I can see his. You know, I can see that all that's really wrong here is you don't have your own personality. You just have tattoos where a personality would be.
My upbringing was pretty regular. I was around drugs early, but that's the only thing that's not regular, I'd say. I had a pretty fucked up childhood. A lot of weird shit happened to me when I was really young. And I think it's fucking.
But you just said you had a regular
Everything changes with time. Like, you can't predict where you're gonna be next year. You have no idea, you know what I mean? Like, there have been points, like, I've been in very, 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 very low points. Talking about past experiences, and, I don't know, shit that people can relate to. Trying to make, you know.
Why do you have, like, a Cry's knife?
Music that.
Why do you have a hook blade? Are you gonna stab somebody?
Makes people feel less alone.
Is it that hard where you fucking live? Are you from South Central or some shit? Why do you have that blade? I know why I had the blade. I come up from motherfucking West Denver where if you're walking down the sidewalk, you could get jumped. You understand? Like, I know why I have a blade. Why do you have a blade? Why? You gonna stab somebody up in the Hot Topic? Fucking idiot.
They tell me all the time that it helps them stay alive, keeps them from committing suicide and stuff like that. It's helped.
It's pills, isn't it? You're eating fentanyl pills. You're a fucking moron. I can hear it in the slovenly fucking drawl of your fucking voice. Trust me, I've done all types of fucking heroin, but I don't sound like a moron like you. I don't sound like a moron like you. I know I don't. I did not let heroin take over my voice and my fucking personality. You did do that. I know, my ex-M, she did that. And I told her, I was like, the worst thing that I think can happen to a human being is becoming a cliche. You didn't really seem like a junkie when I met you, but by the time we broke up and it ended, it was like you really were the most junkie cliche I've ever fucking met. And I can't stand cliches. And this is it. I'm sorry, but you know what we used to call this? It's a really nasty word. It's a poser. He's a fucking poser. He probably gets his ass beat constantly. We beat the fuck out of posers. I'm not saying bullying's cool. I'm saying humanity beats the fuck out of posers. And I say we because we are all humanity. We all kind of beat the fuck out of posers. It's just something. I'm doing it right now. I don't do it physically, thank God. But I will do it verbally. I will beat the fuck out of a goddamn poser. You're a fucking poser. Yeah, I'm sorry you are a poser. There's nothing real about you. I can tell right away. Motherfucker.
People again. That's why I'm doing it.
You want to fight?
Nobody. No, I honestly want to just get everyone in a hood. No beef at all.
Why are you on No Jumper? You're a fucking normal boy from Ohio. Because No Jumper started doing drugs. That's why. You are a nobody from Ohio. Why the fuck are you on No Jumper? You're not a rapper. I'm more of a rapper than you. I'm more of a rapper than you. You're dumb.
I'm out here making music, you know, and the shit I talk about is real, so, you know, not much to lose right now, but...
Okay, I know the fucking difference. I came up with real musicians. I've been in a motherfucking several bands. I'm running a career right now. And trust me, musicians can stand around and talk like this, or they can make music. They don't talk about making, real musicians don't talk about making music. They have to make it.
I'm here.
You're talking about, oh, I gotta make music. And it's like, no. Real music just happens. Trust me, when you're ready to write, when you're ready to actually make some music and shit, it just happens. There's no option or anything about it. The way you talk about it, it's like some job that you go do. Making music is not some job that you go do. It's a fucking artistic expression. It hits when it hits. You know what I'm saying? And you're talking about it like it's a job. Like I gotta go, like I'm making music right now. It's like, no, you're on a camera and no jumper. You're not making music right now.
I'm doing my thing, so fuck it.
You've tweeted everything. I love it.
I've never known a good artist to like interviews. It just doesn't happen because they don't want to admit to the world that they're usually a drug addict or like a cheater or like whatever, or they get wild on tour, or they make so much money it's embarrassing, or whatever the fuck, right? And it's like I've just never known, and I've followed musicians all my life. I've read tons of books about them. I've met them and talked to them and shit like this. I've been in the scene, and I'm sorry. Real musicians don't talk about go make music. They don't talk about it that way. They're in some fucking room with a DJ or a band or something every fucking day, just like drumming on a table or something. They're not talking about it. You're talking about it because you're a poser. And you're on No Jumper, which is, frankly, the worst poser of all time.
What is changing in your life right now?
No, I think the worst poser of all time is Keemstar. I don't know the man. I don't know his work. I mean, I know his work enough to know. Keemstar, the drama alert guy, that's the biggest poser of all time. That guy's life was a disaster. But he was judging everybody, and it was a pose. It's a poser thing. Posers look like this for some reason. It's like God's warning against posers. They always wear thousands of dollars of stupid-ass clothes. And it's like, I just immediately want to take that off of him. I'm not a bully, but I'm going to tell you what thoughts I have. I would never ever do this in real life. I promise you, I would never ever do this, but I can tell you where my thoughts go. I want to beat your ass. I want to take your fucking jewelry. I want to take that shit, that shitty ass clothes on down to Plato's Closet and sling that shit for like $300 and shit. Take that shit to the dealer and laugh about your poser ass while I get high. I'm sorry, but that's like really that's my reaction to this guy. I'm sorry. It's like verbatim, word for word, the thoughts that are in my head. I'm sorry. They are in my head. Those are the thoughts that I have. I don't like them.
A lot. When you start to
hot noise coming out of a poser's face as you start to blow up as an artist. What?
Blow up as an artist that starts to become, you know, more
this
of a
is
god.
Little Peep. Fuck Little Peep. This is Little Peep. This is who he actually is.
Very like
I think Asher Roth is cool. I don't think you're cool. I think, even though I don't really like him that much at all, honestly, because of that Donald Trump song, I think Mac Miller is an actual rapper that should look like how he looked. You look like a poser.
Mentally.
And you know it, too. You know it. You got all that money and you went right on down to the Hot Topic.
Consuming.
You know who else suffers from this? Another artist that I like called... Oh, what's his name? It's, I really liked him at first. I thought he was going to say pop music, but I can't think of his fucking name. Jairus Johnson. Jairus Johnson looks exactly like this, too. I can show you. He looks exactly like this. It's poser, but the problem is Jairus Johnson isn't a poser. Like, I know he isn't. From the songs he's written and all this stuff, I know Jairus Johnson is not a poser. He looks exactly like you, every bit like you, but he's not a poser. I know he's not.
But you know, thoughts.
But you're still depressed.
Yeah, definitely.
You're depressed because you're a poser. Just stop being a poser, and you'd be fine. See, this is the stuff that my mother kind of taught me. This is kind of how my mother would be like. I don't think my mother would talk like this. She's just not this mean. The internet has turned me mean. But I mean, she would have these thoughts, though. This is what my mother would think. It's like, with those tattoos on your face, what kind of role in society could you possibly have? Even in music, it's kind of insane like that. You better be already pushing spitting hot 16s for 10 years like Yellow Wolf and get picked up by Shady Records if you want to look like that. You're not like that. I don't think you're like that. I don't think you're like that. I'm sorry. When it comes to rappers, I think they're almost all of them are fucking cornball. I think rappers are fucking cornball. Very seldom are they real, like Hobson or Ritz or Yellow Wolf, you know? This is one of those guys that aren't real. I'm gonna stop being mean to him. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the restroom. Sorry. Yeah, your life just keeps getting worse. It's all that posing. It's a performative male. That's what it is. That's the phrase that they use on Twitter now. It's a performative male. I don't think he's a real one. very careful about that. I could drown or die. Could come back in dead. If I'm in water, I could have drowned. Gotta be careful. No, I'm alive.
I'm just in a daze, dude. But I'm gonna get out of this soon.
So I want to pause this and go listen to what his music. I am paused on this video again. I just wanted to see what Little Peep sounded like.
Is it still a struggle for you?
I don't like the name of the song. I think it implies that his girlfriend is star shopping. Like she's just basically like some homie hopper or like somebody trying to fuck the way to the top or something. And it's sexist. It is sexist. I don't like it.
You to stay centered.
It's sexist and way worse than what NWA with bitches and hoes and all that stuff, you know? It's more sexist than that. Because it's like, oh, my girlfriend is star shopping and I'm the star. And it's like, it's sexist, man. It's not a good content for a song. Whatever.
Stay, you know.
Yeah. You're a rapper. That's the sort of women that go for rappers. You seem disingenuous and sort of not understanding the game. You can't be hating on the women in the game. They're part of the game. You can't talk shit about women in the game. You can belittle them by calling them bitches and hoes, but you can't act like they're fucking gold diggers. You can't say that. You can do what Kanye did and say, I ain't saying she's a gold digger, but that's what it was, though. And that's why everybody turned on Kanye, is it was sexist. It was shitty. Everybody found out who he actually was. Okay, you want to know another thing I really don't like about some of these kids is they look right-wing to me somehow. Maybe I'm just patterning. Ooh, the X4 Foundation's 9.0 Empire update is game-changing. Let's watch that.
Hey, it's Luke.
What was I going to say? I lost track of my life. I can't remember what I was going to say.
In that situation.
Yeah, definitely, man.
I think you took Heroin Chic and a young, skinny white boy thing, and I think you basically used this to own the suburbs. And I don't like that. I don't like it when they try and move units in the suburbs. I think it's cornball and cheesy and fucking like schlocky. I don't think it's the kind of rap I would ever listen to.
If anything, things have gotten worse, probably.
Because of the traveling and the touring and the pressure?
Yeah. Things just get worse. I don't really know what my dream is. I'm just kind of living like this.
You're an idiot. You're a fucking rapper. You have 40 million hits on a video. You're a rapper. You don't know that yet? It's because your personality has died. You don't have a personality. And it is your fault. I can tell you what'll fix all this is stopping social media. This is the direct result. It's ego death and a lack of personality. You just think you're what you see on the internet. You know, you don't have your own personality.
Day by day, I'm just taking it, you know.
Who are you biting? Is it Yellow Wolf? Where's this style come from, man? Is it like Exstation or whatever? Where does this fucking style come from, man?
One step at a time, because I'm pretty unstable at the moment. But I've been unstable the whole time, so I'm just taking it one day at a time.
Yeah, I was in high school.
Okay.
And I dropped out.
Why'd you drop out?
I dropped out because I didn't like it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I hear that.
You have a long fingernail. I can't stand long fingernails. It's such a cocaine addict thing. They grow their fingernail. I hate cocaine. I think it's an irresponsible white boy drug that's ruining the world. And like, I'm sorry, but that thing white boys do, where it's not just white boys, everybody does this. They grow their fucking ring fingernail out so they can do bumps really easily, really quickly. They just dig into a sack right in their pocket. They can do it really quickly. They can like go in their pocket with their fingernail, open a little sack with their fingers, and poke their fingernail in there, pull out a bump, and just do the bump right then and there. I've seen it before, you know. And I hate it when people do that. It's like you let your addiction change your fashion. poser.
Fuck high school.
You hated people in school, and you told people in school hated you. What did you learn from that?
Most people suck.
How old are you now? What do you
I'm
think
20.
happens after?
You know, I don't know. Could just wake up again. I have no idea. I'm not like, I know there's something because you can't
How
kill
long
it.
until like this glass house that you built just shatters? Man, I just don't understand being like that.
Energy, you know what I mean? Energy doesn't die. My favorite drugs?
I don't know.
Zans.
No. I
No?
mean,
Lean.
yes, a lot of
Lean.
that. Yeah, a lot of that. It's just like the stuff that people offer me. I just kind of go with it. Just whatever we're doing tonight.
Weed, Xanax, Percocet, lean. I used to do a lot of coke, but ecstasy, Molly, pretty much everything. Something like that, yeah. I mean, that's what it's paid for, so it just calms me down. In my first show, I threw up after every single song. Like, profusely. I was just vomiting.
Why?
Constantly. I was nervous. I didn't expect that many people to be there. So, performing
It's like pressure almost.
It's still weird for me. I'm still getting used to it. My mom always tells me, like, time will heal everything, you know. Shitty situations, horrible situations. Even if it's like 5 years later and you're still feeling
Rain
like,
looks really good with the
like,
reshirt.
when I'm waiting for this shit to heal, like, nothing's happening. It's gonna take another, few years, you know what I mean? That shit does take time.
You were lonely, playing Skyrim and shit. Yeah, so Xanax helped with that.
Hell yeah. I mean, it just kept me doing that, like, without, fucking hurting myself.
I moved out here and tried to do music, but I couldn't mix myself. And I got really frustrated for like a few months. And then I couldn't pay the rent anymore. Went back to New York. And then I was like, fuck, because I was back at my mom's house. So I really wanted to get out again.
Have you ever had an overdose or something?
Yeah, multiple times.
And can you describe the experience?
Ah, yes. Another thing about posers, they like to overdose. I had a poser friend. My friend Alan, he's dead. The first time he ever got in my car, we did a drug deal, and he sold me dope out here on the West Coast. That became my connection. And he got in the car, and he was like, will you drive me like a few blocks and stuff? And he was like, what are you listening to? And I was like, this is Silver Sun Pickups. And he was like, I like it, it's good. And he was like, it's very seldom when people play music that I actually like. And I was like, yeah, I like grunge. And he's like, yeah, me too, I only like grunge. And I was like, I like everything. And he was like, no, I only do grunge. And I was like, okay. Interesting thing for a kid from the Pacific Northwest to say. It's not a surprise, And I was like, okay, cool. So then later on, right before he died, I remember he sent me a text, and he was like, thank you for showing me Silver Sun. They're my favorite band of all time now, and I'll always think of you fondly. Oh, I already have it. I always think of you fondly for teaching me about Silver Sun Pickups. And I was like, okay, no problem, man. But I knew that he had already overdosed right in front of me before, but I knew that he probably wouldn't be with us that long because he was a poser. He wasn't really good at heroin. He thought he would just jump in the heroin culture because that's what all of his heroes did. And it's not like that. You actually have to have somebody look out for you. You can't just go be a heroin junkie. You're going to be taken advantage of. You're going to get sick. You're going to waste a lot of dope, which is the worst thing a junkie can do. Like, it's just, all this stuff. And he just didn't know. He didn't know how to do it. And I realized that when he made the comment about how Silver Sun was now his favorite band, I was like, I think you're I remember having the thought, I was like, I think you're kind of a poser, Alan. A little bit. I don't mean to speak ill of the dead, but I think he was just adopting personalities around him as opposed to having his own, and this was bad for him. It put him in the grave. He thought heroin would be his new personality, but he was bad at heroin. I think this guy's bad at drugs too if he's overdosed a bunch of times. Overdosing is something assholes do to freak out their friends who have no, to show the world that they have no control. If you overdose, you're not gonzo. You're not a good drug addict. Like, I'm sorry, but, it's really easy not to overdose. You just don't do too much, One of the things I love about meth is you can smoke bowl after bowl after bowl after bowl. And if you're an addict and you've gotten your system used to it, you've been doing that for months or years, you can just smoke bowl after bowl after bowl after bowl, huge bowls, and it doesn't matter. You're not going to overdose. It's why it's my favorite drug, you know? You might, but I mean, you'd have to have a needle probably as several grams, and I just don't do dope like that. I'm not an idiot poser, you know? My friend LH, he spent like a year trying to convince me to use needles. He was like, why do you fuck around with smoking it? I can see it going into the air. He was like, you are burning drugs right now. You're just burning them. You're not even smoking them really. He was just like, I can see all the smoke going up into the air. And he was like, I can't stand watching drugs go into the air. You're a bad drug addict. And I was like, no, man, the needle will kill you. The needle. Now, but my friend LH is actually gonzo and actually will live and has never overdosed. You know, he's not an idiot. And he does every drug known to man, you know?
I mean... And
he has a successful construction business and 3 kids and a wife, you know? Or, I'm sorry, an ex-wife now. But you know, for a while there, for like 15 years, he had a... You know, he had a really good life, you know, and I don't think, you know, I don't think him doing a lot of drugs affected that in any way or form. Whatever. He definitely isn't a poser. He taught me everything there is to know about being a drug addict. And he, you know, he taught me well. You know, way back when I was young, he was like, real drug addicts use needles. And I was like, nah, motherfucker, only losers use needles.
I don't know. I fucking almost died a bunch of times.
You'd be surprised how many times I've heard that in my life. You know you're an actual junkie if you've had your junkie friends admonish you for smoking drugs as opposed to shooting them. That's how you know you've been a junkie. That's the line. That's how you know. When they admonish you for your inefficiency, you know, and they're like, you're burning drugs, you know, expensive ass drugs that are like $300 and shit like this. You're burning them. And they're right, but the problem is the needle turns you into a slave. You'd rather be a slave? I don't know. The needle turns you into a human slave. I couldn't ever bow to a substance or a man, you know, of any kind.
I feel the presence of a lot of people who have passed away too. Just randomly, you know what I mean? They're just popping in my head. It's literally like a fucking weird thing that like leaves your brain when you die. Like you could see it on some cameras or some shit.
Talking about?
You could see like a weird, like, I don't even know.
No, you're a poser and you're just trying to seem deep. I'm sorry.
Luke from LT Gaming, and today we're going to talk about the new X4 Foundation's 9.00 Empire update. It's a public beta, and this is not one of those little few fixes, few tweaks, and move along type of updates. Oh. This looks like Egosoft going back into the guts of X4 and giving some of the biggest systems a serious shake-up. It's exactly the kind of update that X4 and Egosoft are good at. Over the years, this game has grown from a brilliant but sometimes awkward sandbox into one of the most interesting space sims out there. And 9.00 feels like another step in that evolution. And before we
jump how good X4 looks on
jump in, drop a like on the video, consider it a small fuel donation for the LT Gaming fleet. Let's push X4 on the algorithm. At a high level, the Empire update is a major free update that touches several of X4's core pillars at once. Egosoft is pitching it around combat, strategy, and the economy, and that already tells you this is meant to be more than just a content drop. It's the kind of patch that can actually change how the sandbox feels to play. That's really what makes it interesting to me. Obviously, this is one of my favourite games of all time. It has my most played hours on Steam, and I'm a huge fan of the X4 Interworld Star Wars mod. I mean, what a great thing that is. Look, X4 has already become a fantastic space sandbox in our opinion. But one of the reasons it's lasted is because Egosoft keeps coming back and improving the systems underneath it. That seems to be exactly what is happening here again, so let's dive in. The biggest story in this update is that Egosoft seems to be making X4 feel sharper across the board. Combat has had a huge balance and behaviour pass with better turret accuracy, improved destroyer behaviour, more organic AI aiming, better missile interception, and broader rebalancing across weapons, shields, and ships. So this is not just about making fights look nicer, it's about making combat feel more tactical and hopefully a lot less messy in those larger engagements. I have to say, coming back to X4 the last time, I was very impressed with how combat felt. What do you think? If you've seen that improvement, let me know in the comments below. At the same time, they're also making Empire control faster with the new priority order system. This is really awesome, and it's one of the best additions in the whole update, and my eye got instantly drawn to this when I was reading the devlog. The simple version is that you can now issue immediate RTS-style commands without completely wrecking a ship's existing order queue. And for anyone who has managed a busy fleet in X4, that sounds like a genuinely great quality of life improvement.
Let's go look at X4. I didn't know X4 got an update. I've been kind of waiting for that, actually. Steam library X4 Foundations. We're gonna go. Oh yeah, is that patched? It is. Last played February 13th. Empire update public beta is now live. Empire update public beta.
Hello everyone, I'm Owen, a programmer at Egosoft, and I'm excited to announce that we are launching the public beta for 9.0, the Empire update. Public beta testing has always been a cornerstone of the X series. You, our players, are the ones who help us with bug testing, stress testing, and ultimately shaping each update into what it finally becomes. We're genuinely grateful for that.
Shit, visuals too. A new ship showroom station module. Ooh. The rain looks really good. Risk and rules. Continue to external site. You're entering Terran space. Oops.
Improvement. And it does make the game feel less like a spreadsheet. I see a number of comments complaining about that aspect, though most LT gamers are super positive on X4 in the comments. Then on the economy side, there are some really interesting changes as well. Kaak Rex, I'm pretty sure that's how you say it, I've never really asked anybody else, can now be recycled into a new ware that can help cover shortages in production chains. While the mining system is being overhauled so resources become more localized and shift around over time, that will genuinely help. This means mining should feel a bit less static, a bit more dynamic, and more like something you actually need to react to rather than just solve once and forget about. Put all that together and this starts to feel like a proper systems update, not just new toys, but changes to the actual flow of combat, fleet management, and the wider economy. And I think the player base and new players will greatly appreciate this. Outside of the big systemic changes, there are also some very cool X4 additions in here. The new ship showroom module is exactly the kind of feature I can see a lot of players loving, including myself, because it lets you properly display your favourite ships on a player station like some sort of space billionaire collector. Look everyone, it's certainly not essential, but it is very on brand for a game that lets your empire become personal, and that's a huge part of the immersive aspect for me, you know, my favourite word. Just a quick interlude to say most of you who watch the channel are not subscribed. So make sure to go down below and hit that subscribe button because it helps smaller channels like us grow really quickly, and both me and Tom really appreciate it. There's also some UI and map updates aimed at improving how it looks, which is always welcome in X4. And Egosoft is also improving NPC station construction so factions can build more elaborate and more visually coherent stations. I mean, you should see some of mine, I'm not sure the NPCs have anything to worry about. These all sound like smaller things, but honestly I was really excited to see them, and it should help the universe feel more distinctive and a bit more alive. Now, it is worth saying this is still a public beta, so I would not expect every part of this update to land perfectly straight away. And before someone says anything about beta, that's how it's said in our part of the world, just so you know before you put it in the comments. Now, in some ways, the more ambitious the changes are, the more likely it is that the parts will need some tuning. A huge combat rebalance across hundreds of components is obviously going to need testing. A more dynamic mining and economic model could have some strange side effects at first, and even something like priority orders will really need players to get hands-on with it before we know how smooth it feels in the middle of a busy late-game empire. But for me, the main thing right now is the direction, and the direction looks very strong. What I really like about this update is that it feels like a natural continuation of the bigger X4 story. Last time we talked about how X4 had become one of the best space sims you could play because of years of support, reworks and expansion. And the Empire update feels like it really is the next chapter in that and backs up what we said in 2025. Because Egosoft is not just adding more stuff for the sake of it, they are still refining the actual texture of the sandbox itself. The way the ships fight, the way fleets respond, the way resources flow, and the way your empire operates moment to moment. That is how you keep a game like this relevant years after release, and it's one of the reasons X4 still stands out in this genre. So overall, the X4 Foundation's Empire update looks seriously promising. It feels like the kind of patch that could make the game not just bigger but better. Sharper combat, faster fleet control, and more dynamic economy, and a few extra quality of life and flavor additions on top make this one look like a very meaningful step forward for X4. Of course, beta is beta, so we will have to see how it settles once players get properly stuck into it. But you know, as a direction of travel, I think this looks excellent, and it's another reminder that X4 is still one of the most ambitious and best supported space sandboxes out there. I know a lot of the channel absolutely love this game. We always get so much love in the comments whenever we feature it, so it's always a pleasure to do that. Let us know what you were thinking or feeling about the title, whether good or bad. We always welcome constructive feedback as well. Sometimes when people write silly things, I go back to them, but you know, I'm only trying to wind them up a little bit, and it genuinely works. Tom's told me I'm not allowed to do that anymore though, so I'll behave myself mostly. But to sum up, are you more excited about the combat changes, the quicker fleet control, that's the one for me, or the economy shake-up? Do all that YouTube stuff, we really appreciate it, and we really love supporting games like these and other indie titles. I've been Luke from LT Gaming, and as always, I'll catch you on the next one.
I lost my boat, didn't I? It might still be there, but I don't think so. I don't think I've come in time. If I did, it's like right now. I need to go check my boat. It's probably gone. That's alright. I'm done with the wipe, really. And it resets soon anyways. Or it might have already reset. Yeah, if the wipe's coming in like 3 or 4 days anyways, so it doesn't really matter. I sent? No, I didn't send. I have to go back. I'm in the water. I bet I did lose my base. That's okay. Oh, well, I worked on that base pretty hard, but I really don't care. I should have logged in yesterday. I totally spaced it. Although, I don't know, it might still be there. You know? Yeah, it might just still be here, because somebody has to discover that I'm vulnerable, and that would require them shooting at the boats, and I don't think... Oops. Yay, I didn't lose my boat. Yay. When is the what? Might be fun to go to deep sea and actually try and like sink somebody. Okay, I will not lose my boat anymore, and I will log out. I don't really need to play this game. Guess I will go out in another fucking venture, another Tristan. I love making Tristans. It's so easy. It doesn't matter how many I lose. It really doesn't matter. It makes me look bad, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't. I don't care what people care. I don't care about my KDR in this game. I don't care at all. I die 10 times every time I get a kill. Like, whatever. I don't care about KDR in this game. I don't. It's a totally different game like that. So, yeah, we good. I'm going to insure. Yep, we good. All right, going the fuck back out. I haven't had good luck on that system I went to, so I'm gonna try somewhere else. But I did like that area. Yeah, why should I play X4 when I have Eve? You know? Why should I play Elder Scrolls when I have 76? You know, it's sort of weird. Let's try Hosmajela. I was doing pretty well there. Where was I? I was currently in Oinasaiken, I think, is where I went last time. Let's try Onato. I like Onato. That's not a bad system. I'll try that. About to get my number 4 in sword specialization, which is fucking sweet. Oh, what's this now? Oh, autopilot.
Autopilot engaged.
Go, go, go. There's a bustard, but I can't fight him.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Well, that's cool. X4 got an update. It hasn't hit yet, which is annoying, but there's a new trap university. Is Chicago still the mob city? Yeah, it might be.
My father worked.
Public beta rules, public beta program. I don't want a public beta, I just want an update. I'll wait. So go
Approaching
back
Stargate.
to the original thing. I want to merge tabs. Yeah. And then I want to ask the AI.
Autopilot jumping.
What is the cheapest, most combat effective frigate for faction warfare? Oh, damn it. What is the cheapest, most effective combat frigate for faction warfare? What is the meta right
Warping
now?
to Stargate. Warp
What
drive
would fit my
active.
style best? I like drones. That's the Tristan, right? Yeah.
Approaching Stargate.
No, it's more than that. Oh, yeah? Oh, no, but it's more expensive.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
No, the Algos isn't that cheap. So, you say newts, huh? Maybe I will run that newt. Maybe I should just overheat the newts.
Approaching Stargate.
When I die next, I'll go, I'll try the new fit. I've got those. Oh, I'm up too north. Damn, this rain looks really good with the remap.
Autopilot jumping.
Looks so good. It's one of the best rain I've ever seen in a game, kind of. It's weird.
Warp drive active.
The rain is real for something. Look at that. Little pixels falling. Each little rainbow is actually real. It's cool. Yeah, let me see what your fit looks like.
Approaching Stargate.
Small transverse bulkhead 2.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Maybe I want to go there.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Go see if I can get free credit.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warp drive active.
In my WoW combat log, I have a message saying Sinister Strike failed to activate that I want to edit out. Is there a way to get rid of that?
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, yeah? Oh, okay, we'll do that then.
Autopilot jumping.
There we go. Cool. Oh, cool. It just stops it before you even see it.
Warping to
Cool.
Stargate. Warp drive active.
Error filter. No, I think that was good enough what I'm doing. Not too far north, huh? Oops. And I'm gonna recycle this.
Approaching Stargate.
Void dust, this soul dust is good. Yeah.
Autopilot. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Turn off the fan. Be right back.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Oops.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh my god, this is gonna take all week. It's gonna take a week to
Approaching
transfer all this
Stargate.
stupid shit.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.